Pursuant to the order of reference of Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. For witnesses with us this morning that we currently have, we have the Canadian American Business Council, Mary Scott Greenwood, by video conference from Washington. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Then we have Music Publishers of Canada by teleconference, Jennifer Mitchell, the director on the board of directors. And we have from the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers of Canada, Andrea Kokonas, General Counsel, and Jill Zagel, a consultant. We are waiting for some folks from the Federation of the Chambers de Commerce de Quebec that has not arrived. But we will start now with the with Mary Scott Greenwood from the Canadian American Business Council. Please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Happy Father's Day. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today and for allowing me to beam my testimony from Washington, D.C. It is an honor to advise parliamentarians on a topic as important for our two countries as the one under discussion, the most significant trade agreement on Earth, updated and modernized for the third decade of the new millennium. You will recall that the new North American Free Trade Agreement was first announced on the 1st of October 2018, and as you've had a number of experts provide background on the elements of the agreement, I'm not going to take up your time with a recap or history of the rather torturous path that brought us to this moment. We know what made it into the deal and what didn't. We know that it didn't hit 100% of every constituent wish list, including ours at the Canadian American Business Council. But a deal that doesn't fully satisfy any party is called compromise, and compromise is the soul of trade. Further, I think everyone acknowledges that the CUSMA substantially improves not only our trade policies, but also government relations in North America. It reaffirms our commitment to the rule of law, to our economic interdependence, and our belief that Mexico is a crucial partner in our shared prosperity. All three governments agreed that NAFTA needed updating, and frankly, the successful negotiations were a tremendous relief to business. As you can probably guess, the Canadian American Business Council wants to see it become law sooner than later. I speak for businesses in both countries, and I am here to tell you that this new deal is a set of stable rules that we will be able to depend upon for years. Business loves stability. Business loathes uncertainty. You've probably heard that formulation before. A lot has been written about how companies and financial institutions have been sitting on capital since the 2008 meltdown, despite efforts by central banks to encourage spending and lending. It's because of uncertainty. The global trade environment at the moment is volatile. Stable, mutually agreed upon trade rules are reassuring. Don't we all want to see businesses confidently spending on growth and expanding commerce right here in North America? As a former American diplomat to Canada and someone who has woken up every single morning for the last 2 decades working on the Canada-US relationship, it is my mission to know both the pulse of Congress and the White House on the issues of bilateral concern that affect our business coalition. So believe me when I tell you, we are in a rare moment today. If anyone thinks it's still possible to find leverage and rewrite the CUSMA, I think they misunderstand this moment in time. We are truly at a point where Parliament of Canada must say yay or nay, up or down. That said, let me go a little bit further and tell you what I think would happen from a Washington perspective if the vote in Canada is nay and the deal goes down. You all know the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate ratified what we in Washington call the USMCA in December and January. Do you know how many bills have been introduced so far this session in Congress? Thousands. Do you know how many have passed the House? Nearly 500. Do you know how many have made it through the House and the Senate? So far, 91. And most of those were to name post offices or Veterans Affairs buildings. we really don't have much agreement down here on anything. Remember when Speaker Pelosi actually tore up the State of the Union moments after the president delivered it on live national television? Well, she didn't tear up the modernized NAFTA as some in her party would have wanted her to do. Instead, she led a comprehensive, thoughtful effort to pass it. And the USMCA didn't just pass, it passed with overwhelming bipartisan majorities. In the current political climate here, that was, what can I say, an achievement. Then President Trump signed it into law at the end of last month. And as you know, President Trump doesn't always do what Congress asks him to do. So the stars in Washington have aligned. Now, let me put my advocate hat back on here for a moment and speculate on what might happen if, now that the agreement has passed both chambers of Congress, has been signed at the White House, importantly has been ratified in Mexico, if it were to fail in the Canadian Parliament. Well, as you've probably heard, President Trump instinctively tends towards protectionism. His slogan is America First. He has described himself as tariff man. He doesn't react happily when he's embarrassed, which he certainly would be if the new agreement fails in Canada. He rightly regards the agreement as his signature legislative accomplishment in his first term. His fallback would be tariffs. Canada, Mexico, and the United States have already been through that unfortunate chapter. And if trends in the current Democratic primary race continue, President Trump's opponent this fall may well be Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders describes himself, as you know, as a democratic socialist. And like other people on the political left, he not only dislikes trade deals like the original Canada-US Free Trade Agreement and NAFTA, he has made his opposition to this new agreement plain. He too would prefer to rely on tariffs to protect what he sees as America's economic interests. Let's not forget, Senator Sanders was one of the few members of Congress who voted against the USMCA. I imagine you can see where I'm going here. Does anyone really think it's a good idea to prod this president or his potential rival into a tariff war with Canada and Mexico? An irritated president with a snap of his or her fingers can thicken our international border, clogging traffic, giving businesses in both countries migraines. But given the size of our respective economies, I'd submit that the migraines would be worse in Canada. As someone who speaks for leading Canadian and American businesses, I would point out here that our members already have a few headaches. There is the rather delicate issue of the rail blockades, and there are questions about the ability to cite and fund new infrastructure projects, particularly in the energy sector, as you know. I would suggest that rejecting the new trade agreement in this environment would amount not just to an unforced error, but to a serious self-inflicted wound. That said, let me take a more optimistic tack here just for a moment. Unlike the United States, Canada has since the 1980s seen free trade agreements as in its crucial national interest. Given the relative size of your market, Canadians have had a greater interest than most in clear, transparent, agreed upon rules, which is probably why Canada has had free trade agreements with Europe, Chile, Jordan, Israel, Costa Rica, Honduras, Korea, Panama, and Peru. Otherwise put, Canadian businesses have clear and preferential rules with markets representing trillions of dollars. Does it not make sense to update and pass an agreement with Canada's single largest trading partner? I dare say a long list of other countries would love to have preferential access to the American market at this point. Proximity without access is, well, frustrating to say the least. An agreement with the biggest market in the world is ready and available right now. Everyone is waiting. The position of the Canadian American Business Council is that your choice is clear. The updated agreement strengthens a commercial relationship that has existed since the earliest days of our countries. The effort of the last 3 years has been intense, sometimes nerve-wracking, but we are nearly there. Canadian parliamentarians have a simple question before you, and I submit that to ask it is to answer it. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greenwood. Now we will go on to the Fédération des Chambres du Commerce du Québec. Charles Millard, the Chief Executive Officer, Katie McGarry, the Vice President, Strategy and Economic Affairs, and Louis Lyonis, Advisor, Strategic and Economic Affairs. Turn the floor over to you. Thank you very much. Please.
Alors, bonjour. Je me présente donc Charles Milliard, PDG de la Fédération des Chambres de commerce du Québec. Je suis accompagné ce matin.
I'm CEO of the Fédération of Chambres de Commerce du Québec, and I'm with Cathy McGarry, Vice President, Strategy and Economic Affairs. Thank you very much, the committee, for receiving us this morning, despite certain technical issues that we've had to set up the link and get here this morning. So thank you for your patience. Our federation brings together 132 chambers of commerce and with 1,100 professionals, and we're in all of the sectors of the economy and throughout the Quebec regions. It's the biggest business network, and so we also act as a provincial chamber of commerce, and we pursue the interests of our people in terms of public affairs. The Federation very much wants to welcome the signing of CUSMA between Mexico, the United States and Canada after 1 year of uncertainty for businesses, which we had before this signature, and that really had a negative impact on the business climate and investments in Canada. However, even if we recognise the importance of this agreement, our Federation is very worried by certain aspects of this agreement where we think there needs to be rigorous follow-up by the federal government. First of all, the Federation wants to underline that this Federation was concluded to the detriment of our supply management model and dairy farmers in Quebec. For once again, they've had to foot the bill, as we've seen with these 3 rounds of big negotiations, namely the CETA and the CPTPP and now CUSMA. And despite the clear request from the aluminium sector in terms of regulating the regional value content, unfortunately, this requirement has not been included, and this is not improving the situation, even though we've got 53% of steel is in Ontario, and they've got the requirement that they asked for. So we need to actually work on this in the federal government when we're drawing up international agreements. In particular, when it comes to supply management, this third gap is going to undermine the viability of the system, in particular for smaller dairy producers. And for the present international agreements, the CPTPP and the CETA, we're still waiting for compensation announcements, and they have certainly not been paid yet. The dairy farmers and the dairy processors and the poultry processors are still waiting for compensation. No announcement has been made vis-a-vis a compensation under the CUSMA. And so our Federation is asking the government to define as soon as possible the parameters for compensation programs for the dairy producers and processors under CUSMA, and we want the producers to have equivalent compensation to the importance of the agri-food sector in Quebec and throughout the Canadian economy. Coming on now to the aluminium sector, the government needs to show vigilance. First of all, it was said that 70% of the regional value for steels and aluminium should be ensured by production on the North American continent. So Mexico would need to get its supplies from North America up to the sum of 70%. However, there's been some vagueness in the definition, which means that Mexico could get its supplies from China for aluminum, as it's been doing for several months. In the new recast, this has been corrected just for steel, but not for aluminium. We still have that problem. This will have an impact on our market share, and the US firms that we've been supplying have already started relocating towards Mexico to pay lower prices, and we think we're going to lose more market share in the US because of this situation, and we think there'll be a relocation of capacity and processing towards Mexico. So the Federation is asking the federal government to maintain the competitiveness of our industry in our market, which has just undergone a major change, and to make all of the necessary representations from a diplomatic point of view with the US to force Mexicans to respect the rules of the game. Under the provisions of CUSMA, Canada has accepted to increase the de minimis threshold from $28 to $150 for customs duties, and we've asked for this for a long time in the US, but this could lead to an increase in cross-frontier purchases, and that could have an impact on retailers in Quebec. So with the impact of the threshold, US retailers can offer to sell products and send them duty-free, which they're already doing, of course, in the US. So the Federation is asking the federal government to very much look at the retail sector to ensure its competitiveness vis-à-vis foreign businesses. The Federation also wants to communicate to the government a concern that's often been raised by its members, in particular SMEs, namely the lack of distribution of information about the advantages of all of these trade agreements. We think that the government should have a better after-sales service once it's concluded these agreements. There are various mechanisms which have been set up, but the information is not always circulated as efficiently as possible throughout our business network in Quebec. The government should be more proactive to ensure that businesses are aware of the advantages of our trade agreements and inform them of the benefits of competing on foreign markets. Therefore, we think that there needs to be more support given to businesses when they are making their first export, and we also need to more support online for smaller firms, and there needs to be personalised support for businesses with high potential. The Federation has always said that it's important to diversify in terms of our export markets, and we use our network throughout Quebec because we're well established throughout Quebec, so that Quebec businesses are seeing it's important for Quebec businesses to turn to other high potential export markets and have a higher weighting of exports beyond US, which represented over 70% of Quebec exports last year, as you know. So diversification of our trading partners is very important, in particular given the uncertainty with all of these tariffs and surcharges which have been harmful for our products in the last few years. There are many products which are coming across the borders because there's not enough resources in the CBSA and in the CFIA. So we need to increase verifications and appropriate analyses to ensure that imported products actually meet the same requirements as domestic products. Of course, Canadian regulation wants to ensure that there's better health for consumers, but this brings a cost for businesses that have to follow these regulations. There needs to be alignment and harmonisation to ensure competitiveness of the Quebec agri-food industry. Thus, our Federation is saying that we have to increase the controls and the inspections within the CFIA to verify that the imported products are following the same standards and regulations as those that we have to follow in Canada. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Now on to the Music Publishers of Canada by teleconference. Jennifer Mitchell.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and honorable members, for this opportunity. I'm sorry that I'm not available to be there in person. I've had the pleasure of owning and running a Canadian-owned independent music publishing business for almost 2 decades. I'm here today with Casey Chiswick of Castles, who is external legal counsel both to Music Publishers Canada and to my companies. I'm here to talk to you about the need to fully implement copyright term extension in accordance with CUSMA, immediately, completely, and with no conditions. This will allow songwriters to succeed and small businesses like mine to thrive. Quickly ratifying CUSMA and implementing copyright term extension goes straight to the heart of their and our creative and business efforts. Bill C-4 would extend the term of copyright for a few works, but leaves out musical compositions, otherwise known as songs. On behalf of Music Publishers Canada and the songwriters and composers that I work with, I urge committee members to amend Bill C-4 to align Canada with its global trading partners by including all musical, literary, dramatic, and artistic works. Canadian music publishing is a $329 million industry and just one sector of the $53 billion creative industries. Music publishers are innovators, and their strong export strategies have allowed entrepreneurs like me to better compete internationally. 67% of music publishers' revenue now come from foreign sources, a dramatic increase from 28% in 2005. The key to dealing with changes in technology has been our ability to expand globally. In order to do so, we take financial risks and invest our time, energy, and money in building the international careers of songwriters, including emerging songwriters. For example, we signed the 23-year-old Tom Probozanski, which allowed him to move to Toronto. We then paid for him to go to LA and Denmark to co-write, and we set up his co-writing sessions. We also paid for his blog and playlisting promotion so that he was featured in Clash Magazine and Earmilk and various Spotify playlists. We were able to take these risks and invest that money only because I could rely on the income of several songs for which my companies hold the copyright. For example, Imagine by John Lennon, What a Wonderful World, My Way, YMCA, Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones, Skinamarink by Sharon Lois and Bram, and even the theme to The Simpsons. But a number of songs will soon fall into the public domain because Canada's copyright legislation is not in line with international standards. Holding on to these valuable copyrights for an extra 20 years would translate into hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for good middle-class jobs, reinvestments in the Canadian economy and in Canadian songwriters, and the ability to scale our business and export our music to international markets. Immediate action should be taken to prevent countless valuable works from falling into the public domain between now and the end of 2022. Otherwise, we risk stifling innovation, creativity, export potential, and growth for small businesses like mine. We also risk creating more confusion as remaining out of step with our international trading partners continues to complicate licensing for users instead of providing any relief. I would like to quickly speak about the Industry Committee's report on its review of the Copyright Act in last Parliament. Some believe that copyright registration is needed in order to have a seamless transition. I respectfully disagree. Publishers and songwriters already register all of their works with SOCAN and CMRA in Canada in order to be paid. A second government registration system would create nothing more than an unnecessary burden for copyright owners and the potential to introduce abuse into a system that already works very well to the benefit of creators, users, and the public. Mandatory registration would also violate Canada's international treaty obligations, even if it only applies to the last 20 years of an extended term. It is a basic tenet of copyright law internationally that protection must be granted without formality. In conclusion, adding another 20 years to the life of a copyright means a robust creative sector, more Canadian cultural exports, and the growth of many innovative businesses that have embraced the digital market. It is long past time for Canada to catch up to its international trading partners in this respect. We urge committee members to amend Bill C-4 to include immediate implementation of copyright term extension with no conditions. Music Publishers Canada has prepared draft legislative language to accomplish this, which we've submitted to the clerk for the committee's consideration. I also understand that SOCAN will be presenting shortly, and we've read their submissions, are in full agreement with them. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this important issue. Casey Chiswick and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell. We'll now go on to Andrea Kokonas and Jill Stagel from the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers. Welcome.
Merci, Madame Présidente et les membres du comité.
Thank you, and members of the committee. I'm Andrea Kokonis, and I'm the Chief Legal Officer and General Counsel at SOCAN, the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers of Canada. And with me is Gilles Daigle, who's a lawyer with more than 30 years of experience in Canadian copyright law. SOCAN is Canada's largest music rights society and administers public performance, communication, and reproduction rights of authors, composers, and publishers of music. We currently have more than 160,000 Canadian members and clients, and we also represent the repertoire of all foreign performing rights societies and several reproduction rights societies in the Canadian territory. SOCAN is very much devoted to having fair payment for creators of music in Canada and their partners when it comes to using their works and being protected in Canada, which should be in step with what is being offered by our major trading partners. The new NAFTA presents a new opportunity to implement the changes from 50 to 70 years after the death of the author, and this is a significant change, and we want this to happen right away, despite the fact that the intention is very clear, but the extension of the protection term is absent in Bill C4 in its current form. There is no valid reason for Canada to delay yet again term extension of copyright in our country. So we're very much urging this committee to recommend in the strongest possible way that the necessary term extension amendments be added to Bill C4 immediately. As it stands, Canada's copyright protection term does not meet the current international standard. This means that our members and all Canadian creators are at a disadvantage compared to our major trading partners. An extension to copyright term would increase, in fact, Canadian investment business in copyright-based industries located in Canada by removing disparities between Canada and our major economic partners.
Protection in Canada at life plus 50 years for creators of musical and other works is out of line with modern copyright law. Since the original NAFTA was ratified, the United States has increased its term to life of author plus 70 years back in 1998, and in Mexico they increased the term of protection from life of author up to 100 years back in 2003. As part of NAFTA renegotiation, we asked to include provisions that reflected this new reality and that the minimum term of copyright protection be life plus 70 years. Our position was supported by all major organizations in the North American music ecosystem. While in Canada, protection for musical works is life of the author plus 50 years, by contrast, the majority of Canada's largest trading partners recognize a general standard of the life of the author plus at least 70 years. These countries include all of the European Union members, the United Kingdom, Australia, Israel, Norway, Switzerland, Peru, Brazil, Iceland, Japan, and even Russia. Canada's current law is consistent with only the minimum protection set out over a century ago in the Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works. The intention at that time was to establish a term of protection that was enough to benefit 2 generations of descendants of the creator of the work. With longer life expectancies, a term of life plus 50 years no longer reflects the underlying intention of that treaty. Around the time that Canada joined the Berne Convention in 1928, the average life expectancy was 60 years. It rose to about 81 years in between 2007 and 2009. As a result, the current term of protection afforded under the Canadian Copyright Act is insufficient to cover 2 generations of descendants of a songwriter, and the current term is therefore out of line with the policy objectives of the Berne Convention. As mentioned, this has been recognized and remedied by Canada's major trading partners. Canada's shorter term is also out of step with the emphasis and value that Canada has otherwise placed on the creation of works both domestically as part of our heritage and internationally as leaders of cultural exports. Canadian authors and composers of music and their publishers can be at a disadvantage as cultural exporters because their works may be subject to lesser protections internationally because of Canada's outdated term of protection. This is unfair and most unfortunate, as Canada's laws should not place limits on the ability of Canadian creators to exploit their works around the world. A longer term of protection in Canada will better allow music publishers to reinvest the revenues they derive from the exploitation of copyright-protected works in the discovery, support, and development of songwriters and composers. Additionally, from a multinational perspective, longer terms of protection in a market provide incentives for foreign companies to invest in repertoire in that market. In both cases, providing for a longer term of copyright protection in Canada will strengthen domestic reinvestment in cultural development and diversity, as well as foreign investment in Canada's substantial local talent. There is no justifiable reason for further delay the implementation of the extension, and the government should fulfill its commitment immediately. When Bill C-100 was introduced in the House last year, replaced by Bill C-4 in this Parliament, SOCAN and other music organizations were disappointed to see that while some copyright modifications were made in the implementation bill, the term extension was not. It is our understanding that Canada has 2.5 years to fully implement all of CUSMA, but we strongly believe that term extension was and remains a key piece of the renegotiation in light of the same extensions our trading partners have implemented in their own home copyright laws. The embarrassing reality at the moment is that Canadian authors have the same limited copyright protections as creators from countries such as Iran, Liberia, Pakistan, Syria, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Angola, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Our members deserve better than that. All Canadian creators deserve better than that. SOCAN therefore recommends that Canada amend the Copyright Act to extend the term of copyright protection for musical works to the life of the author plus 70 years in recognition of current international copyright norms as well as the underlying intention of the Berne Convention and other such benchmarks for valuing intellectual property. Specifically, Canada recommends that the basic term of copyright be extended under Section 6 of the Copyright Act, as well as the very few other provisions that need to be added as well. As part of our submissions that we have handed up, the speaking notes, we have also included the chart that the Music Publishers of Canada has created to show where the amendment should be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kokonis. Before I open it up to the members, I've had confirmation for the Chief Economist, Dr. Paquette. Her availability tomorrow would be 12:45 to 1:45. Is the committee in agreement with that? Yes? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. On to Mr. Hoback.
Well, thank you, Chair. And that's actually good news. We're actually going to get that economic analysis. Parliamentary Secretary, can we get a copy of the economic analysis before she comes? Can you check and see if that's possible?
I will certainly check, but as I committed to last week, I did request an update on where that report stands, and I spoke to officials. I understand that they're working very hard to get it to us as soon as possible, and I had encouraged them to come as soon as possible. I think they were supposed to come on Thursday, and now they are coming on Wednesday at 12:45.
I only have 5 minutes, so...
Oh, sorry.
Unless you're starting now.
Yeah, this is not part of your
Okay. Sorry, if you want to finish off then. Okay. Well, okay, and I look forward to seeing it, because if we could have it the day before, even later this afternoon, that would give us a chance to at least go through it tonight. But I'm sure it's a big document, so it's a lot to go through, but we'll do our best. Hopefully we can see it. Witnesses, thank you for being here this afternoon, or this morning, joining us. Scotty, we've been friends for 5 years, but we usually just meet in airports. I can't believe we're actually meeting somewhere other than an airport. It's an inside joke there. It seems like she's got a seat at the place in Ottawa Airport, and my seat's right next to hers. So, anyways, I'm going to start off with you, Scotty. Can you give us a sense, in the U.S., how many times did Lighthizer actually go over and talk to Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats before they actually went to renegotiations?
Oh, I don't have the exact number, Mr. Hoback, but I would say quite a few times. One of the maybe underappreciated elements of the Trump administration's negotiation strategy is that Ambassador Lighthizer, who is a real trade warrior for many years, knew that the opposition party controlling the House would hold the fate of this agreement in their hands, and so he absolutely did a lot to coordinate with the Speaker and also the members of the Ways and Means Committee.
You know, that's where we get frustrated here, because we're being told, or people are being told, that we're stalling and delaying, which is far from the truth. In fact, I offered to bring a pre-study to it last spring. The Libs said no. We offered to come back in the summer if we needed to. There's no need to. When it was renegotiated, we asked for more information. We didn't get it. We got a briefing. We asked questions at the briefing. We didn't get response till January. In fact, remember, when Easter and I were at a CABC meeting, and when you were here in Ottawa, and we both looked at each other, we could do this committee of the whole and have it done in December before Christmas. And of course, there was no appetite. There was no appetite from the Liberal Party to do that. So this will pass, and I want to make sure that you understand we are not going to vote against it. But having said that, and you would understand this too, Trump got elected by the Rust Belt states that felt neglected, that weren't included or thought about after the last NAFTA agreement, and I don't want to make that same mistake. So we've had some 200 submissions to appear in front of this committee, and We were proposing March 5th to have it out of committee, which would have been during the break week, which means it hit the House the exact same time as it will right now. The Liberal Party said no, and I can see why, because as we start to go through it, we start to see the economic analysis that the CD Howe did. They say it's a $10 billion hit for Canada. And if you compare it to TPP, if we all would have signed on like Obama wanted us to, it would have been a $4 billion plus. So there's lots to absorb. And when you're looking at this $10 billion hit, there's a lot of groups and organizations and companies that are negatively impacted. And I'm not going to vote against it, and they understand that, but they at least want a mitigation plan. They want to understand, okay, what does this mean for them, and how's the government going to help them? And that's all we're trying to do here. So we will get through this, and I hope we will be in clause by Thursday, and it'll be out of the House now, or get back into the House, and then hopefully the Senate. Now, I can't control the Senate. That's a different can of worms, and good luck there. One of the things that we talked about before is de minimis and the changes to the de minimis, and going from 20 to 40. I know you probably wanted it to be 800, but it's not there. And then the tax-free status to 150. But a lot of people don't understand Canada Post, who is the biggest carrier here in Canada, is not included in that. Any thoughts on that and why Canada Post wouldn't have been included? Why only private couriers are included in that scenario?
Mr. Hermack, I don't know what the puts and takes were with the various carriers. You are right to say that we thought very strongly that it would make sense to align the de minimis level between all three countries. And why? Quite simply because we didn't think it made sense to penalize Canadians who engage in e-commerce. You think about all of the remote communities and all of the places in the vast country that is Canada. There just aren't retailers that have every single item that somebody might want on a given day. And so our thought was it didn't make sense to penalize Canadians for that, and actually the government loses money while it does it. But as to your particular question about why some carriers and not others, I don't know. I think you'd have to ask the negotiators themselves.
Okay, so you have no insight on that then. Okay, going to the composers, the SOCAN. You're talking about the changes to copyright, and you're saying an amendment, and both you and the music publisher are saying we should try to amend it. Now, that's not an option. From what I understand, we can't amend it. We don't have that choice. But we can make a mental note and lay it down in some talks and discussions moving forward. Maybe even in implementation, we can look at doing that. And maybe it's just Canadian legislation that needs to change. So maybe back to the industry committee and go that route. Is that fair to say?
Yes, to be clear, our request would not require a change to COSMA. It's Bill C-4, the Implementation Act, and we're talking about changing the number 5 to number 7 in about half a dozen places, or less. This is as simple as can be. We could do it here in less than 5 minutes. So I would like this and hope that this committee, taking that fact into account, will do everything that it can to change those few numbers. I have to say that, we've been told so many times.
On nous a dit tellement de fois que le changement s'en venait. Ça fait 30 ans que j'évolue dans ce secteur d'activité. J'ai les cheveux gris pour le prouver d'ailleurs. Mais au début des années 2000, combien de fois on nous a dit « Oh, dans le cadre de l'examen du droit d'auteur, on va apporter le changement. » C'est en 2012 qu'on a vu l'issue. On a apporté beaucoup de changements à la loi sur le droit d'auteur, mais on n'a pas prolongé ou élargi les définitions. Madame Skrimberg, vous avez parlé de la stabilité du monde des affaires. Moi, j'évoluais dans le monde des PME. Les travailleuses et travailleurs aiment bien la stabilité. D'après vous, dans quelle mesure est-ce que la CUM aidera les entreprises et n'aidera pas les travailleurs de la classe moyenne?
That's correct. Mr. Dhaliwal? Greenwood?
Sorry, to whom?
You're not taking my time off this.
I don't think she could hear.
Yeah, I think there was a translation issue or something.
Okay.
I don't know, suddenly, no, because it's showing in French rather than, I think that's what the delay was. Ms. Greenwood, did you hear the question?
Madam Chair, I heard in French. I apologize. And unfortunately, if I could hear the question in English, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I think something happened to our system because I have French here rather than English, and I don't know why that's that way. So we're going to start again.
Restart, right?
Yeah, let's do a restart here. It was only a minute and 22 seconds anyway, so we're going to start again.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't you expect me to do that for you? Well, aren't you lucky? All right.
I apologize. It's my fault.
No problem.
No, it's
your
not.
fault.
We had a bit of a problem on our end. So please start in, Mr. Dollywall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Greenwood. Thank you for your thank you to all the presenters. My question goes to you, Ms. Greenwood. You said that businesses love stability. I come from a small business background, being a professional engineer, land surveyor, and into land development. But I personally see that the workers love stability as much as businesses do. Do you agree with that? And the second question will be, and how would this agreement help the middle class workers, not only the businesses?
Absolutely. Well, to your first question, do workers love stability as much as business owners? Absolutely. We all have to figure out how we're going to balance our checkbook at the end of the day. We have to figure out how we're going to pay our bills, pay for our kids to go to college, pay for, in the United States, pay for healthcare. So certainty and an ability to predict that you're going to be able to make it through the end of the month and pay your bills is absolutely important to everybody, to every family, workers, ranchers, farmers, you name it. In terms of how does it benefit workers in addition to business owners, it's interesting to note that for the first time in our modern history, the AFL-CIO, the big umbrella trade union, came out in favor in the United States of the USMCA, the new NAFTA. And I also note that there are representatives of workers, including Mr. Jerry Diaz in Canada, that have been strong proponents all along. So whether it's for large manufacturers of automobiles, which is a huge part of our economy in Canada, United States, and Mexico, or it's a mom and pop shop, there is absolutely benefit not only to knowing what the rules of the road are, but knowing how you address a dispute if you have one, which this agreement also has at Canada's insistence, I would add. But just kind of knowing what your cost of inputs are and that you're going to be able to keep doing what you do at the end of each month.
Thank you. My next question goes to Mr. Millard. Mr. Millard, you said that SMEs don't take the advantages of all these agreements and they need to be aware of the advantages that they have. Could you elaborate some of the things that government should be doing and you as a organization representing the small businesses should be doing so as the small and medium-sized businesses can take the full advantage of CUSMA?
Oui, merci pour la question.
Yes, thank you for that question. It's true that for SMEs and for companies in Quebec and the United States, mostly is the number one destination for exports. We know that 2/3 of our exports from Quebec go to the United States. So it's very important that all companies, and not only the major sophisticated corporations, but SMEs as well, can benefit from this. And to do this, what we propose is to provide better support, both to enable them to understand the opportunities, because often they are not aware where in the country they may identify opportunities, and to also provide them with financial assistance to help them to become organized in these new markets where they're present for the first time.
Thank you. My next question goes to the music publishers. It was my understanding that CUSMA is the agreement that has protected cultural communities, throughout Quebec, as well as in British Columbia. Could you elaborate and do you agree with that?
I guess in respect of the particular issue that is of concern to us, first and foremost, term extension, CUSMA does, the implementation legislation, Bill C-4, does not, or at least it does not today, and it is not acceptable to our constituency that we have to wait perhaps as long as 2.5 years, because a lot can happen. And I don't have to tell this group, in politics, in government, a lot can happen that could potentially change that obligation. I started in a response to Mr. Hoback talking about the fact that we've been told on so many occasions that the extension was going to be implemented. 2012, it didn't happen. TPP, the extension was in the draft text. Canada pulled it. We now get to the new NAFTA. It's in CUSMA. But but not right away. We're going to take as long as 2.5 years to implement it. Why? The message that it sends to our members, to Ms. Mitchell, as a publisher, is that your music is not as worthy of protection, of the longer protection, than that of your peers. Bruce Springsteen in the U.S., his works are protected for 70 years. Bryan Adams and Jim Vallance, no, 50 years. And we're not prepared to make that change today. We're going to see if we can do it 2.5 years, in the next 2.5 years. That's not good enough for our members anymore. We've heard that too many times. I'm sure Ms. Mitchell, who, as a publisher, would probably have some thoughts on that as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tagle. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Oui, alors merci à l'ensemble.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers. These are always very diverse and relevant presentations. My question is for the Federation of the Chamber of Commerces in Quebec. First, a comment. I think your portrait was more consistent with what we at the Bloc Québécois have developed to date. That is, we're far from being against free trade, but there's some irritants in the current version of the agreement, whether this be regarding aluminum. You explained well that contrary to what has been said by many, the status there is not the same as the one for steel, and that's the case we have here in Quebec. Steel is basically from Ontario. You also mentioned supply management, which was undermined in the negotiations, as it was in many previous negotiations. You also addressed the need for quick compensation and one that be appropriate. But since you also welcomed the eventual ratification of the agreement, I'd like to ask you this. According to you, because yesterday we had the dairy farmers from Canada here, and I asked them what the right term would be for them, and they said, no doubt, May 1st, to respect that 3-month term to implement the agreement for the dairy farmers, which would be in August. Is there a specific time that would be appropriate for you? Do you feel that there is urgency here? Well, I think you very well summarized our presentation. In fact, this agreement is not perfect. Nevertheless, it's the best agreement that we could hope for, and it is important to see it ratified as quickly as possible within the best possible timeline to make up for the current uncertainty. But of course, putting in place the necessary compensations for the affected sectors, more specifically the aluminum sectors and those that are subject to supply management. I have another question. So as far as you're concerned, what would be the quickest timeline? Well, that is the one that is permitted under current legislative process. We mentioned compensation earlier, as within other agreements. Certain measures were delayed and payments were also delayed. No doubt there's a sense of urgency to see this put in place. But in terms of ratification, It really depends on how work progresses here. You can believe us that we're doing our very best. We spent 40 hours on this. We're spending 40 hours this week and 30 hours last week. So everything else has been set aside. You can believe me on that score. I'd like to ask you this question. You talked about the need to deliver information to SMEs more specifically. What kind of information did you have in mind? What would be the preferred communication channel for that? We have representatives throughout Quebec and in Canada. In Quebec, we strengthened the roles of these commercial representatives worldwide to give them a more extensive economic role. And we believe that this is one means of helping companies and to supporting them in better understanding the opportunities that derive from the free trade agreements. And you spoke about these representatives to whom a more economic function was now given. What exactly do you mean by this? These are the representatives in our various delegations. Is that the Quebec delegation worldwide? Yes, that's correct. How much time do I have left? 2 minutes. I'd also like to address the same question to Mrs. Greenwood. You were saying that it's important to act very quickly and as quickly as possible, and that this should not even be an issue. But don't you think that, on the contrary, sometimes it's necessary to take the correct amount of time so that the least advantaged sectors here have the time to adjust to this new agreement?
Thank you for the question. I think it is important to seize a moment in time to ratify. I don't have a particular view on accommodations that will be made to sectors that are impacted and what that should look like in each of the three countries, although I understand it's very important. So my point was about the legislative process at the federal level, recognizing that Mexico has already begun, the United States has been through a process, and that I worry that we miss a window in time of not ratifying. But I understand your point, and I think it's an important one about how affected sectors are impacted, and I'm not speaking to that point.
5 seconds.
Okay.
I must admit that your response surprises me somewhat, to the extent that we're told that we must speed up, but that even no issue should be raised, an issue. But at the same time, you said that you have not addressed the issue of compensation, and that you nevertheless want to put in place to correct some shortcomings of the agreement. So what you're saying surprises me somewhat.
Well, if I might respond,
answer, please, Ms. Greenwood.
Okay, the agreement was negotiated over almost a year, and there was a lot of back and forth between the three countries, and so it was a quick, as trade agreements go, it was a fairly fast negotiation. But now that we are at the end of that process, the negotiation period is really over. And so I don't have an opinion and am not an expert at within Canada what the compensation or what the accommodations or the phase-in period should be for any particular sector. That's just not my expertise. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying that's just not my expertise. I'm only talking about the legislation and the negotiations of the trade agreement itself.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much. Ms. Greenwood, in your opening remarks, you talked a little bit about the interplay between the executive and the legislature in the United States, and the effect that had on this particular deal. You may know, being familiar with Canada's trade process, that there really isn't much interplay at all between the legislature and the executive. The NDP's worked in this process to try and create some, because we think that would be to Canadians' benefit. But I'm wondering if you could just expand a little more on that interplay. What is it that the executive owes to the legislature in the United States with respect to trade agreements, and how do you see that having played out not just in the context of this agreement necessarily, but if you have some thoughts on other instances where that's been a productive interplay.
Sure. Well, thank you for that. What I would note at the outset is the difference between our constitutional form of democracy and your parliamentary form is very different. So in the United States, our system was set up to have separate branches of government that truly have different power bases, and they were designed by our founders to be really jealous of each other, and they have different authorities. So the states came first in our system, but then when the federal government came historically, the Congress was set up as a check to the executive branch, and you really need both to get anything done. The parliamentary system, as you know much better than I do, is a completely different animal, and it's different in a majority government, as you know, than a minority government. So I don't. I'm not an expert on the parliamentary system, and I wouldn't want to weigh in on the appropriate level of back and forth between the parties. But what I will say is, in our system, even when you have the same parties in the White House and the administration as in Congress, there's still separate branches of power, and they have to negotiate with each other. That's a long-standing tradition here. And so the Trump administration knew that it would have to negotiate with Congress because that is baked in ever since the founding of our democracy.
Right on. Well, thank you very much for taking a little time to offer those reflections. I wanted to ask to our guests from the publishing industry. I certainly hear your representations loud and clear with respect to term extension. Clearly, there's frustration there that it hasn't happened sooner. Presumably, it's in response to, presumably government isn't acting simply out of spite towards your industry. I mean, who would you say are the winners of not moving ahead quickly with term extension?
I think we'll let our colleagues from Toronto address the question. They're trying to get into the fray, but it's hard.
Sure. Yeah, that works for me.
Who would I say are the winners from not extending copyright extension? I'm not sure that there are any winners, to be honest. The songwriters themselves, of course, are not the winners, because what happens when you extend copyright is that we are able to continue to receive revenue on hit songs and songs that we have been publishing for many years, and we take that revenue and we reinvest it in songwriters. So, for example, when I sign a songwriter, that songwriter doesn't just sit at home and write songs. If they want to be successful, I need to send them around the world to write with other writers, which is called co-writing, which is fairly expensive. But we need to have those relationships in place so that they are able to write songs that are then going to be recorded by artists that generate revenue. So my inability to do that will definitely impact their ability to have a career. It will mean less Canadian content as well for Canada. So I'm not sure that the public also benefits.
But am I to understand from that then that successive Canadian governments of different political stripes have stubbornly refused to grant a copyright extension, and nobody's asking for that?
I don't know if I would quite phrase it that way, but we have agreed to certain conventions, including the Berne Convention, where we were supposed to be aligned with our international trading partners. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons why they decided not to proceed, including the point that copyright is a complicated subject, but certainly it's something that should have been done. And now that we have agreed, we would like to see it implemented right away and not wait the 30 months.
And if I may, there are criticisms from academia in particular, and concerns raised about the importance of a robust public domain. The difficulty with that argument in practice is that there's very little evidence in practice that the economic or other implications of term extension are in fact a net negative for creativity in the public domain. And then there's also the very practical consideration that in reality, all that happens is that third-party commercial entities end up taking advantage of works that fall into the public domain. Most recent example that I can think of in Canada was a record label that began to put out re-releases of public domain sound recordings for its own commercial gain, with no benefit for the artists who recorded them or for the entities that originally financed those recordings. So it's very difficult to see who wins from the refusal of the government over the last many years to follow suit and join its international trading partners with a longer term for copyright.
I would also add.
Sorry, I have to cut you off. I'm on to my next member here. Thank you very much, Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I also wanted to start off too by thanking Scotty. I know when these negotiations started, we all knew it was on a tight timeline, and whenever we went down to the U.S., you were always very quick to get good groups together that we could get our input, and I want to thank you very much for that. You mentioned a couple things in your opening that business loves certainty. And we certainly are in agreement with that. We know that there has been a bit of a campaign in the U.S. saying that conservatives are going to try to slow this deal down, but we want to be very clear with you, we're not. What we're trying to do is our due diligence. And it was very frustrating for us here in committee, especially Mr. Hoback, who actually wanted to do a pre-study on this last spring before the election. We were unable to do that. We knew that the U.S. Internal Trade Commission came up with some numbers saying that this deal would be a net positive for the U.S., and the number is about $68.2 billion. We were just trying to get some Canadian lens on it. And we were told before the election it was a win-win-win. We were told it was going to be a victory for Canadians, a positive. And just Friday, the C.D. Howe Commission came out, and we've been asking the minister, and she's been very uncooperative in releasing any advice she's had. But the C.D. Howe actually came out and said this would be a $10 billion hit to Canadians' GDP. And even though, that is a hit, they also commented if we don't have an agreement, it's going to be far worse. So we're in agreement with you that we do need to pass this and then move on from there. But I was wondering, does the Canadian American Business Council, do you have any independent economic analysis that you might be able to share with this committee? Because as you heard, the Canadian lens, we're only going to get that information tomorrow. And we expect to go through clause by clause by the end of the week. Do you have anything you could share with us even today over the next couple days that would enlighten us somewhat?
Well, I wish I had a barn full of economists that I could make available to you for this. We're a pretty lean and mean operation here. That said, our members have done analysis over the years or over the last year about this. And so we're happy to provide, or I'm sure the committee can avail itself of the chief economists of the various banks in Canada, for example, each of whom has looked at this. Yet I think it's important to do your homework, but I also think that it's people can take statistics out of context sometimes. So I think you've got to think about, as you did in your remarks, the big picture and what is the alternative. So it's not just in a vacuum. You either have the status quo or you have this new deal. But if you don't pass the deal, what happens then, and what would the impact of that be? And that is, that gets into the realm of speculation. There are some think tanks that have done some work on it, but the only data that I have would come from our members, and we're happy to provide that to everyone. But the economists of TD, RBC, CIBC would be the relevant Canadian economists.
Well, that's great, and if you're able to flip that over, that would be wonderful. I know we've had conversations, and I know you guys were very supportive of the original TPP, and one of the frustrations when you looked at that analysis through the Canadian lens, it was going to be a net positive over $4.3 billion to our GDP, and now to see the only Canadian lens we have is saying a net negative of $10 billion. It is a little bit frustrating for us. So we will do our due diligence, but we want to make sure that Canadian families that are negatively affected, businesses and sectors, that the government does put in programs, perhaps supports to help them get through the implementation of this agreement. So thank you for that, and thank you for your continued support. I did want to talk to SOCAN as well, because we've heard that the minister was here saying that she consulted extensively with all different sectors. Well, basically, we had the dairy people, the pharmaceutical ones, and said they really weren't listened to when this agreement was formalized. Would you be able to comment on, do you think that your industry was listened to, and what you said to the government was indicated in the agreement?
A short answer.
They heard us, they didn't act on what we had to say.
Thank you very much. On to Ms. Badayan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci à vous.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all being here. I have a question for the Federation of Chambers of Commerce of Quebec. First of all, thank you for your support and your request for us to ratify this agreement as soon as possible. As you know, trade between Quebec and the US is extremely important. It's beyond $90 billion in trade. And as you said in your introduction, we really do need to support our entrepreneurs so that they can identify opportunities under our trade agreements. We have beefed up the role of our trade commissioners. And just to point out, we are talking about the federal trade commissioners, I imagine, that are present in over 160 cities throughout the world. And they're there to help our SMEs and guide them on export markets. We've also got the DEC, the Export Development Canada, for the Quebec region. They offer funding and very specialised, dovetailed support for our businesses. And they really keep a careful eye out for our SMEs, and then there's Can Export. They're there to help our SMEs as well. So I'd like to get your opinion and the feedback of your members as well on all of these different government initiatives and how we could further improve these, in your opinion. You are quite right to refer to all of these different institutions and organizations. They do very good work already. And what our members have said is that when it comes to the European Union, France is much, much more present in Quebec than Quebec firms in France. So that's just to illustrate this point and to hammer home the idea that even if we've got a great deal that's been set up, we still need to do more to ensure that Quebec businesses, amongst others, are able to draw advantage from these natural links with France and with the US, which is the #1 choice for businesses, particularly in the northeast of the US. But often for SMEs, they're not aware of all of the different opportunities that are out there. And they don't have the necessary funding to expand into exports. So with all the different mechanisms that exist, we need to go further and do even better. Thank you very much.
For Ms. Greenwood, my colleague raised some private sector research, and I've seen that research as well as others, as I'm sure you have. And there is significant private sector research that demonstrates the potential impact of U.S. withdrawal from a North American free trade agreement. And as you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony, that was a very real possibility at the beginning of these negotiations. I refer here to Scotiabank that said a U.S. withdrawal from NAFTA would have created a situation where, and I quote, the Canadian economy would stand a strong chance of falling into a recession. Similarly, the Royal Bank of Canada raised alarm bells. The research appears clear to me. The preservation of a free trade agreement with our largest trading partner can't be understated, and I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Completely agree with you. So the question is, what are the possible scenarios? And so you as policymakers quite rightly look at that. And so it's not just, do we like the new agreement better, or do we like it worse than the current agreement? The question is, what happens if you don't go along with this agreement that you negotiated for the last year? What then does the United States do? What does Mexico do? And you're right that the current situation is quite volatile, and you can't underestimate the current occupant of the Oval Office in retaliation, in self-inflicted wounds in the United States with the purpose of gaining leverage or punishing our partners and our allies. So it's the largest economic relationship in the world, and it hangs in the balance, quite frankly, with this agreement. It also, from a United States point of view, what the policymakers look at is, if we can't get to an agreement with Canada and Mexico, our neighbors and our close allies, how is it that we are going to do trade with the rest of the world? And as goes the U.S. Economy, so goes the economy of our friends and neighbors. So we really are interlinked, and there's quite a huge stake in us thriving together with this agreement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greenwood. On to Mr. Cram.
Thank you to all the witnesses for joining us here today. Ms. Greenwood, I would just like to address some of the concerns you mentioned in your opening statements. I am completely confident that the House of Commons is going to pass the new NAFTA agreement. You seem to be a bit uncertain of that in your opening statements, so certainly the Conservatives and I'm sure the other parties will support this agreement. You also mentioned the importance of certainty in the marketplace so that businesses can function. The new NAFTA agreement has a lifetime of 16 years, and then it will be up for renewal. What can the Government of Canada and politicians do over the lifetime of this 16-year agreement to facilitate a greater degree of certainty in the marketplace so that businesses can do business?
Thank you for the question. I think institutionalizing our agreements as much as we can is a key to extending the life of the agreement. And I think going deeper on things like regulatory mutual recognition, all of the details in how we collaborate, how our regulators work together or work at cross purposes. I think those are the kinds of things that will help ensure that the agreement lasts well beyond the sunset period.
And so, can you talk a little bit about the relationship, the back and forth between the business community and the government? Should we be having more regular meetings, or what can we do to facilitate all of that?
Well, I mean, we believe that dialogue with all of your stakeholders and constituents, including the business community, including workers, including advocates from all walks of life, is a good practice in a democracy. And we try to facilitate that, as many of you have experienced. Having an honest dialogue where you can exchange ideas and concerns and help educate each other is really important. And we believe it's not just, by the way, the politically elected officials and their staff, but also the civil servants, the back and forth between the civil servants in our three respective countries to figure out where are there areas where they can learn from each other and recognize each other's regulations. That's a huge area of cooperation that in some areas goes well and in some areas needs a lot of improvement.
Okay. And you also raised the possibility of Bernie Sanders possibly being the next president after November. So what advice could you give to the Government of Canada to facilitate free trade and cross-border trade in the event that we see Bernie Sanders in the White House in November?
Well, look, I think the Government of Canada, and not by government, I mean all of Canada. I think Canada as a country did an extraordinarily good job when, after the election of President Trump, which is not something that anybody, including Donald Trump, I think predicted, but the sort of whole of Canada approach to engagement in the United States to remind all kinds of people inside the Beltway, outside the Beltway, of how really interconnected we are. That was a really good effort. And it wasn't just one party or another party. It wasn't actually just federal leaders. The premiers and mayors were involved. And it was quite a comprehensive effort to remind Americans that we are in this together and that you can't just kind of turn your back on Canada. So that kind of intensive effort to help continually remind Americans is something that we do at the Canadian American Business Council, but it's also something that you, as policymakers in your travels and in your interactions with your counterparts, is incredibly important. So I would imagine that that kind of effort would continue regardless of the outcome of the next of this year's presidential election here.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair,
Thank you.
30 seconds. All right, very briefly to the representatives from Quebec. You have raised the issue of dumping of aluminum from Mexico. Could you briefly give us an idea of some of the tricks that that they play to get Chinese steel into the Canadian, or Chinese aluminum into the Canadian and American markets by going through Mexico?
A very short answer for a difficult question.
J'ai pas tout compris votre question.
Well, I haven't seized all of the question, but what we have seen is that since May to July 2019, Mexico was obtaining its aluminium directly from China. And then with the new agreement, this hasn't actually been corrected, this situation for aluminium. It was corrected for steel. So the Canadian government will have to look into what's actually happening here, because we've seen an increase. For example, with China vis-a-vis the US, it went down by 60%, and then China vis-a-vis Mexico, there was an increase of 240%. So we can see that there's been a big gap that Mexico has been jumping in and exploiting.
Okay, Mr. Raya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood, you know, before this new NAFTA, we had old NAFTA for decades. But the trade between Canada and US has not gone up much. It has remained fairly stable. Just to quote some numbers, 2011, the Canadian exports to US was $315 billion. In 2020, I guess, is around 2019. So basically, it's remained stable, the Canadian exports to the US. And the US exports to Canada is also stable between around 281 billion to 291 billion. So even with this new agreement, do you foresee the trade undergoing any major dramatic change?
Thank you for the question. I think if you're looking at statistics about whether or not the Canada-US free trade agreement, how that has impacted trade volumes, and then NAFTA, I think you actually have to go back to the 1965 Auto Pact and look at how free trade between our two countries, and then when we added Mexico, has created really the largest and most prosperous economic region in the world. So once you had the tremendous growth after the original...
I understand that it has created a very stable economic zone, probably the biggest in the world. I understand that. But it has not increased the trade amongst these three countries.
You're saying that you don't think that the North American Free Trade Agreement has increased trade between our three countries?
It has remained stable for quite some time.
Well, I think the agreement itself actually did increase trade quite a lot. And I think what you have to look at with the modernized agreement is cross-border data flows, professional services, some of the digital rules. I think there are all kinds of areas that were you not to modernize the agreement, you would see a backsliding, because the agreement, the original NAFTA, didn't address some of the more modern elements of the economy. So I do think, well, we know that there is an awful lot of commerce that occurs.
Come back. You mentioned that the agreement didn't address certain modern elements of the economy. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. Well, when the original Canada-US Free Trade Agreement was passed and then the North American Free Trade Agreement was passed, e-commerce didn't exist. Now, e-commerce, for example, fuels a lot of our economy and a lot of different elements of what small businesses and large businesses, how they operate and how they do business together. So the original NAFTA didn't address any of that. And so things like how we manage data is a really important topic. It's important in lots of different areas that are subject, I'm sure, to reviews from a privacy point of view. You know, there are all sorts of different elements of data, but the new North American Free Trade Agreement does address elements like data flows, data localization, and that's enormously important in the economy today.
Thank you. My next question is to Mr. Millard. Mr. Millard, you talked quite a bit about the aluminum sector, how, you know, we need more protection for the aluminum industry here in Canada, but the aluminum industry has not grown for quite long time. If I am not wrong, during the last 15 years, only one new smelter was added in Canada. So even with this stable market that is there, do you see aluminum sector increase investments, increase its capacity, not only to cater to the North American market, but also look out for other markets in the world?
Yes, that's a good question. That's a good question, but what we'll need to look at with aluminium is that there's more and more concerns about greenhouse gas emissions. And in Quebec, we're developing technologies to have almost carbon neutral aluminium production.
Is not that.
You have 10 seconds left.
Okay, I
For
give
the
up my 10
answer?
seconds.
I'm sorry, to our guests. You have a short time. Would you like to try to complete an answer to Mr. Rye's question?
Yes, as I was saying, the attractiveness of aluminium will increase because Quebec aluminium is actually a clean form of aluminium. So with the climate crisis, it will become increasingly attractive to sell this type of green aluminium on the market.
2.5 minutes.
Oui, j'aurais également une question.
Yes, I also have a question for the Federation of Chamber of Commerces of Quebec. When we've got people here from Quebec, let's take advantage of that. And hello to all of you. I couldn't see you before, so hello to all of you now that I can see you. And hello, Mr. Lyonnais. I've known you for quite a number of years. Now, earlier you were saying it's not a perfect agreement, but it's a lesser evil given the circumstances. That's what you've said. For example, there's lots of new intentions in this agreement, including a chapter on the environment, but there is not much in there. Of course, we know that the environment is the question of the moment. So would you agree with me that unfortunately this agreement does not actually meet up to the standards of what agreement should actually look like in 2020? That's a very good question, and we'll admit to you that we've sounded this out with our members on this agreement. And what's really come out is the fact that there's concerns for industries that are going to lose in terms of competitiveness because of this agreement. And that's the message we want to get across today. So you're saying aluminium, there's been no progress when there should have been compared to the old NAFTA. And with agriculture, we've gone backwards rather than forwards. Would that be a summary? Yes, we need to ensure that compensation is set up and is rolled out, because we've seen with the other agreements that it's taking quite some time for this compensation to actually be paid out. And do you have something to add? I can't hear you anymore. Could you start again? I think it cut out. Well, I was just saying that in terms of aluminium, leaving aside the growth of the sector, there's also the weight and the importance of the sector in Quebec. And for our type of organisation, we have to really underline the importance of maintaining this strong industry, and the federal government has to be vigilant in terms of the compensatory measures and also with diplomacy to actually bring value to this, leaving aside the question of growth as such.
Peut-être on pourrait juste reprendre.
Well, perhaps we could continue with this subject. What do you think the federal government should do in order to promote the aluminium industry, either in Quebec or in British Columbia. Well, we need to ensure that our fears are allayed. Namely, we want to ensure that Mexico is not importing aluminium into Mexico from China and does some minor processing and then claims that it's steel or aluminium that has actually been produced in North America. We need to actually avoid that because otherwise there will be a drop of our aluminium exports to the US and Mexico. Do we already have the right data to show to which extent we've got aluminum coming in from China to Mexico? Or are there certain measures that the federal government needs to set up to ensure that we have the right information available? Well, this information is already available. As I've said, if we look at the three just between May and June 2019, from China towards the US, there was a drop of 60%. Then from China to Mexico, there was an increase of 240%. And from Mexico to the US, there was an increase of 260%. So in just a few months, we can see these data. And we want this to be addressed. We would have liked that to have been addressed in the new NAFTA. We've done that for steel, but unfortunately for aluminium, this remains a concern because the definition is rather vague. The agreement says that there needs to be a North American content at a minimum of 70%, but because it's a vague definition still for aluminium, so that means that perhaps we could have this unfortunate situation occurring once again. But we do have a legislative basis that's here, and the government needs to present arguments to Mexico and US to ensure that they respect this minimum value content requirement of 70%. I think that's what we've got in terms of arms at the moment, but we'd like to have had a more solid protection like the one that we've got for steel. We don't have that, so we're going to have to present the necessary arguments then.
For a very interesting morning, and for taking the time to contribute. Thank you. I will suspend until the next panel. Thank you. Back to order. We are continuing a study of Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Welcome to our witnesses. With us for this segment in this panel, we have the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Stuart True, researcher and editor. From the Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Montreal, Michel Leblanc, President and Chief Executive Officer by video conference. And from the Dairy Processors Association of Canada, Matthew Frigon, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Dominique Benoit, Treasurer and Member of the Board of Directors. Welcome to you all. I think we're going to start with the video conference, Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Leblanc, the floor is yours, sir.
Oui, bonjour.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, had we received it earlier, I could have been with you in person. The Chamber of Commerce is an organization that has been in existence for some 200 years to represent the business community of the Greater Montreal area. For 36 years now, we have been supporting companies to export outside of Canada, and we're supported as well by the Government of Canada through Economic Development Canada. We also have funds in companies in the private government, and we receive assistance from the Government of Quebec. This experience that we have on international markets has enabled us to understand the importance of the American market first and foremost. But for decades now, the American business community has been very much aware of the importance of American markets, both for their growth, for their supply chain, and for many companies, for the efficiency of their production chain, which is very well integrated and which crosses both sides of the border. This has brought us at the Chamber of Commerce for now 20 years to sustainably, soundly support on a permanent fashion the deployment of the free trade agreements. And of course, the agreement that we have in the United States, this is the absolute cornerstone for our economic development. 70% of exports from Quebec go to the United States, and it's estimated that 20% of Quebec's GDP depends on this trade relationship that is fluid and that we have with the United States. Over the years, the number of jobs directly linked to trade with the United States has only continued to grow. In many cases, these are extremely well-paid jobs that are either in the region of Montreal or throughout Quebec. The free trade agreement that we were to renew, that has become CUSMA, was crucial. We supported it and have supported the renewal for many years. To Montreal, we have brought 24 heads of chambers of commerce of major North American cities, 8 from the U.S., 8 from Canada, and 8 from Mexico. About 2 years ago, now we've come together to discuss what we could do to make sure that this agreement would be renewed. And we were extremely pleased to see the progress the CHAMP accomplished and to see renewal of this agreement. So as part of this renewal of the agreement, it was indicated that some things might have been more interesting, more specifically when it came to aluminum. Similarly, when the agreement was negotiated with the European Union, some issues were raised regarding agriculture producers. But in all of the cases, we believe that there is no perfect agreement, but that in this particular case, we have possibly come up with the best possible agreement we could have hoped to reach with the United States. And we also believe if that there are some issues that we could have seen improvement on, for example, in the case of aluminum, the challenge is to ask how to come to the assistance of the aluminum sector. And it's not at all about how to block, how to reject, or delay the implementation and ratification of the agreement. So the message that we would like to convey and that we have transmitted to all politicians is that there is absolutely no ambiguity in terms of Quebec's economy, the Greater Montreal region, of the companies that are based in Montreal. As to this agreement, it must be ratified. It must be ratified as quickly as possible so that it can become enforceable as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Mr. LeBlanc, appreciate your comments. On to Mr. True from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives.
Okay, thanks very much to the committee on behalf of the CCPA for the opportunity to present here on the CUSMA ratification legislation. The CCPA is Canada's longest standing independent research institute. In fact, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. From our earliest days, the CCPA has rooted its policy recommendations in values of social justice and environmental sustainability. That goes for our trade and investment research as well. We've been recently working internationally on the NAFTA negotiations with some friends in the United States, Mexico as well. And I'd like to start by agreeing with something that Michael Geis said to the committee last week, which is that I think the most important thing here is maybe not the implementing legislation itself, but the impact that the agreement's going to have on Canadians and Canadian public policy in the future. This is something I think multiple witnesses have brought up as well. At this point, Parliament obviously has little leverage to alter the CUSMA. Still, there are steps that Canada can take on its own without reopening the deal to enhance the treaty's positive features and to mitigate the harm from its worst. And so I'm going to briefly list some of those here today. The first issue is making medicines more affordable. So the original intellectual property rights chapter in CUSMA would have required Canada to increase data protection term limits on biologic drugs from 8 to 10 years. So biologics are increasingly important for the treatment of Crohn's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, and many, many other illnesses. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer predicted that the original CUSMA data exclusivity extension would have increased their costs through public and private drug plans by about $160 million a year. So thanks to U.S. Democrats, that change was dropped from the agreement. The Democrats also successfully removed provisions in CUSMA that would have facilitated patents for new uses on existing drugs, so the evergreening issue, which blocks cheaper generics from hitting the market. So Canada should build on these victories, we think, to get serious about the high cost of medicines here in Canada. And we can do this by moving forward on the proposals to improve the way that we regulate brand name drug prices. So Health Canada estimates, for example, that simply by removing the US and Switzerland from the basket of countries it uses to determine prices in Canada, that we could save on average about $1.2 billion a year in drug costs. Second, I think we should swiftly adopt a universal single-payer pharmacare program, as recommended by the government's expert panel on pharmacare, since this would significantly reduce drug costs by increasing bargaining power of public buyers. Both of these measures are already in the sights of the USTR, for example, looking to pressure Canada not to introduce these things because they will take their pharma industry will take a hit on them. So I think we need to move fast. The second issue is on enforcing labor rights in the new CUSMA. So as the committee has heard from several witnesses already, CUSMA's labor provisions are a significant improvement on NAFTA. The challenge to all three countries now is enforcement. Beyond a commitment to receive and consider public complaints of labor violations in Canada, Mexico, or the US, CUSMA's labor provisions are enforceable only through government-to-government dispute settlement. So for a number of reasons, this isn't ideal. Governments can't always be relied on to bring cases forward on behalf of workers. So a way that Canada could address this would be to set up an independent domestic complaint process that would allow labor unions, citizen groups to initiate complaints when international labor standards are violated. So there should be an impartial body, we think, that could hear these complaints in the same way that impartial bodies hear procurement complaints under other parts of trade agreements. If they're credible, the complaints will move forward no matter what. On environment and the climate emergency, we would say that the new NAFTA is decidedly less satisfactory. This reflects, obviously, in part the fact that we were negotiating with a climate-denying U.S. administration, but still, the CPTPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the EU trade deal are not all that much better on the environment as well. So not all the blame, I think, can go on the obstructionism, of the U.S. administration. CUSMA's environmental chapter is technically enforceable through state-to-state dispute settlement, but again, what's the likelihood? And its obligations are so weak that it really hardly matters. Outside of a few hard rules regarding matters like fisheries subsidies and wildlife trafficking, the chapter's commitments are mostly vague and voluntary. It also contains a gigantic loophole in the sense that it only applies to three federations, 3 federal states. It only applies to the federal level in all 3 countries. CUSMA's most significant step forward on the environment was getting rid of ISDS, the Investor State Dispute Settlement process. Canada has faced dozens of ISDS cases, more than any other country in the NAFTA region, and many of those have challenged legitimate, lawful, and non-discriminatory environmental and resource management decisions. The elimination of ISDS in CUSMA is indeed important, as Minister Freeland told committee last week, and it should be precedent-setting. So the challenge we think now is to how does Canada move to remove ISDS from its other many dozens of investment treaties with other countries. I want to speak a bit about deregulation in the CUSMA. So CUSMA's chapters and annexes dealing with how governments regulate in general have gotten, I would say, relatively less attention in all 3 countries than other parts of the agreement. Yet they may prove to be as significant and controversial as ISDS became in the NAFTA. Remember, we didn't know much about investor-state dispute settlement when the NAFTA was signed, how it would operate. I would say the same logic is at play with the Good Regulatory Practices chapter, which for the first time in any free trade agreement locks in a very specific ideology about regulation, which says that commerce should reign supreme and precaution should take a back seat or be thrown to the wind. Central regulatory agencies, so for example, Treasury Board here or OIRA in the United States, are required in CUSMA to ensure that federal agencies, quote, avoid unnecessary restrictions on competition in the marketplace when they're deciding on appropriate health or environmental protections. There is significant potential for multinational companies to abuse a new notice and review process in CUSMA, which requires regulators to seek and respond to any recommendation to modify or repeal a regulation which is said to create a burden on business. Global producers of chemicals, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, GMOs, cosmetics, tobacco, food additives, etc., are continually disputing good science on the risks that their products pose to human health and the environment. Now under CUSMA, a government could be taken to dispute settlement by another country on behalf of one of its industries, for example, for sustained or recurring unwillingness to heed corporate complaints about public interest regulations. The so far voluntary Canada-US Regulatory Cooperation Council process itself, which is now enshrined in CUSMA, can lead to delays in removing known toxics, known carcinogens, bioaccumulative compounds, and endocrine disruptors from consumer products due to pressures to harmonize across borders for the sake of commerce, again, built up into the good regulatory practices. As the CCPA's former executive director, Bruce Campbell, has expertly shown, such pressures led to the downward harmonization of rail safety standards in Canada and aviation safety standards, leading to the tragedies of Lac Mégantic and the Boeing disasters. In theory, CUSMA's Good Regulatory Practices chapter leaves the door open for a government to regulate in a more precautionary, protective way. However, the primary objective of the chapter is clearly to reduce the burden on business. In fact, regulatory cooperation is defined in the CUSMA as first and foremost a means to facilitate and promote economic growth, not as a means to enhance public protections. It's more important than ever, therefore, that Canada counterbalance the deregulatory pressures in this agreement and other free trade agreements by enshrining the precautionary principle in law. A directive reasserting our regulators' authority to give the benefit of the doubt to protecting public health, removing potentially toxic substances from circulation, plastics, for example, protecting animal populations, would fit most Canadians' understanding of what good regulation means. In conclusion, the CUSMA is a mixed bag, at least from a progressive point of view. But is it a model for future Canadian trade deals? We would say no, not at all. Canadians recognize that securing this deal was a defensive measure. It was a defensive pact, but that despite the new agreement, just like NAFTA, our access to the U.S. market remains precarious. Right? I mean, the U.S. is the most powerful country in the world. It will do what it wants to do. There's no way out of this reality for Canada. Canada's challenge now is to find ways to work around and outside of CUSMA to improve working standards and environmental protections across North America, lower drug costs for Canadians, rapidly decarbonize our economy in line with the Paris Agreement commitments, and fully recognize the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples on a path to real reconciliation. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. True. On to the dairy processors, Matthew Frigon and Dominique Benoit.
Bonjour, membres du comité. Donc, au nom de l'Association des transformateurs.
Good morning. On behalf of the Dairy Processors Association of Canada, I would like to thank you for the invitation to appear today to discuss the CUSMA implementation bill and also the impacts that it will have on Canada's dairy processing industry. So I am the Treasurer and member of the Executive of the DPAC Board and also Senior Vice President for Institutional Affairs and Communications Agripur Cooperative. And Agripur is the largest dairy co-op in Canada. And with me today is Mathieu Frigon, President and CEO of DPAC. This morning, first of all, we're going to bring to your attention the harm that CUSMA will cause to our industry. And then we'll focus on the government mitigation measures that would actually assist our industry as we work to mitigate and adjust to the new market environment that we're now facing as a result of CUSMA and the other trade agreements recently signed.
Food processing industry in Canada, dairy processing contributes more than $14 billion annually to the country's national economy. Dairy processors directly employ 24,000 Canadian in 471 facilities across the country, with an aggregate payroll of $1.2 billion. Our industry is a major employer in rural and urban communities, providing high-paying jobs to middle-class Canadians. Canadian dairy processors have invested $7.5 billion over the past decade in their business. This includes capital investment to both expand and update existing facilities and build new ones to support increased production, and as well as investment in research and development to spur innovation and brings new products to market. Dairy processors are dedicated to keep investing in a vibrant industry to support Canadian jobs and the Canadian economy. However, recent trade agreements threaten to curb this growth and diminish the long-term competitiveness of the Canadian dairy industry.
Je vais continuer. Lorsque pleinement mise en œuvre,
At full implementation, access granted under CUSMA, in addition to existing trade concessions, will represent about 18% of our Canadian market. When we consider the most recent three trade agreements, Canadian dairy processors will lose $320 million per year in terms of our net margin when these agreements are fully implemented. So on top of the market access concessions, CUSMA has a clause that imposes export caps on worldwide Canadian shipments of SMP, MPC, and infant formula. So the milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula. For example, for SMP and MPC, there'll be a cap of 55,000 tonnes that will be imposed as of the first year, and then it will be 35,000 tonnes as of the second year. And for the 2017-2018 dairy year, Canada exported more than 70,000 tonnes of skim milk powder. So there's no question that a clause limiting our exports worldwide will drastically impact Canadian dairy processors and also have a drastic impact on our milk supply requirements from Canadian dairy farms. We also estimate that the export caps could result in an annual loss of $60 million for dairy processors. We also wish to note there's an extremely peculiar aspect here, which is imposing caps on Canadian exports of the three dairy goods to all countries, SMP, and particularly including those that are not part of the CUSMA. This is the first time that we've seen this in an international trade agreement, and we think it's setting a very dangerous precedent for Canada. Now, one way for the government to at least try to mitigate the negative impact of the export caps is to ensure that CUSMA enters into force on the 1st of August 2020 or later, so that the industry operates for another full dairy year under a higher export cap of 55,000 tonnes.
To mitigate the negative impact of the increase in market access under CUSMA, we propose a twofold approach. First, the allocation of dairy import licenses to Canadian dairy processors. Second, a dairy processor investment program. We want to reiterate today that dairy import licenses, commonly known as dairy TRQs, must be allocated to dairy processors. Dairy processors possess the expertise and the distribution network to import a wide variety of dairy products that complement the domestic offering as opposed to replacing it. The government must refrain from repeating the same mistake it did for CETA, where it allocated to this day more than half of the CETA cheese TRQ to non-dairy stakeholders, meaning retailers and brokers. Those non-dairy stakeholders do not have a vested interest like dairy processors do in importing dairy product that would minimize the impact on existing production line and manufacturing platform in Canada without displacing Canadian farm milk. In addition, dairy processors continue to innovate, invest and maintain and generate well-paying jobs across the country, particularly in rural areas. Additional imports that are poorly planned or poorly targeted will undermine the survival of many businesses. The second element in terms of mitigation tool is a dairy processing investment program. The dairy processing industry is made up of businesses of various sizes and product mixes, all of which will experience the important impact of these trade agreements in different ways. As such, we recommend that the government creates a dairy investment and compensation program which would aim at supporting investment in dairy processing capacity, competitiveness, and modernization. That program would include tools such as non-repayable contributions for investments and refundable tax credit. The program would work on a matching principle basis. In order to receive funds, a dairy processor would have to commit to making investments here at home.
Je vais conclure notre présentation. Donc, l'année dernière.
Conclusion. Last year, recommendations were submitted to the Agri-Food Minister by the Mitigation Working Group that was created by the government back in October 2018 on programs to address the financial impact of trade agreements on the dairy processing sector. And we actively participated in that group. And we have developed recommendations which are based on the government's commitment to full and fair compensation to the sector, both for the dairy producers and dairy processors. And we are hopeful that the coming federal budget will instill much needed confidence in the future of dairy processing in Canada through an announcement regarding a dairy processing investment programme. This is rightly done and implemented, these two measures, namely the TRQ allocation to dairy processors and processor investment program, taken together, could fairly and fully compensate Canada's dairy processing industry from the negative impacts of these trade agreements. And it's only through such mitigation measures that the dairy processing industry will be able to safeguard existing jobs and investments in Canada while continuing to innovate and invest in its future. So thank you again for your time and consideration. And of course, we welcome any questions you may have.
The members, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for coming out today. I'm just starting my watch here, so I don't have to ask you again how much time I have left. Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, it's not time yet. So let me just first start out by saying we certainly are the party of free trade, and it's not our intention at all to hold up CUSMA in any way. But we also have to be diligent. We have to do our due diligence. It's for our families, it's for our businesses, it's for our country. So that's why we ask a lot of these questions. And as many of you will know, unlike the U.S. Congress that was provided with an in-depth economic study, Canadian parliamentarians have received no analysis despite repeated requests. For such, we've had to depend on other studies, most recently the CD House Institute report and the testimony before this committee. Some industry leaders have described CUSMA in less than glowing terms, and this deal is better than no deal, while others have offered their enthusiastic support. Most have welcomed the stability it will provide after 3 years of uncertainty. Some have said the devil is in the details. To the chamber, sir, you represent a number of sectors in Quebec. Does the level of enthusiasm for this agreement differ from sector to sector?
It does, because I mean it's not the same, but I would say in general it's a very high level of enthusiasm. So it's not equal in every sectors, but as a community, it's a community that's really behind this accord.
Okay, thank you. And have you done your own, or has the Chamber done its own economic impact analysis? And does it line up with the CD House assessment that Canada's GDP will drop by 0.4% and that the Canadian economy will lose up to $10 billion?
No, and from various exchanges that I had over the years, actually, the impact of not having an agreement was immense. And if we were having numbers, it was more about if we were not to have such an agreement with the U.S., what would be the impact on our export businesses, on our companies here. Of course, the CGI of Montreal, the Couche-Tard of Montreal, the Saputos of Montreal are all businesses that are now very active on outside markets, including the U.S. And clearly from all our companies, the signal was the price that we would have to pay as an economy if we would not have an accord would be immense.
Thank you. Specific to export, I heard you say the word export. Does the Chamber have any concerns about implementation, particularly the short 90-day time frame from ratification to implementation? And do you share the CD House Institute's concern about the potential for a thickening at the border? In other words, issues with tariffs, issue with the CBSA not having additional resources and or funding to implement all this stuff?
We do have concern, as always, when there are new agreements, when there are new rules, that it has an impact. We have what we call trade missions, and one of our most attended trade missions is always bringing new exporters to the border, where they get to have a chance to understand the processes and the treatments of exports. And clearly, we expect over the next months to have lots of demand to make sure that everybody understands what has changed, if anything has changed. So in effect, there'll be probably an adaptation period. But again, this is seen as a positive evolution from our community standpoint. We were very concerned that because of President Trump's position that we might not have such an agreement. We're very happy that we do have one, and we want to move forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On to Mr. Sarai.
Chair, thank you all for coming. My question is, I'll start with you, Mr. True. On the ISDS, when it originally was implemented, a lot of people thought it would be helpful for Canadian companies and protect them against any regulatory changes that might be imposed in the U.S. And later on, it was actually the reverse. I think we face more. Do you think the absence of that, though, might have some implications going forward where it might get abused just because we might have taken an action thinking it was more discriminatory to Canadian businesses and less on the other way around? Do you think, but without that dispute settlement system, it might pose a challenge in the future?
If I understand the question, is it going to be bad for Canadian business then, you think, in the United States that we don't have the ISDS? I don't. I mean, the record's pretty bad for Canadian companies using ISDS to challenge U.S. policies. I mean, they've never won a case, and I think that probably says something about how it works. Going up against a country as powerful as the United States. I mean, I think there are many opportunities, many means that Canadian companies have to assert their rights under U.S. law, right? Their rights to do business in the United States, which are extensive, and the U.S. legal system is one of the most established and elaborate in the world with respect to protecting private property, right? So I don't think Canadian business are under any threat operating in the United States without ISDS.
And you, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. In terms of labor, you said that the new improvements are a lot better and having it in there. Do you think it'll be there could be improvements on how we can access those? Because I think your concern was in the fact that a government would have to bring the labor complaint. So this would be at national levels, not on perhaps individual levels. How do you see the labor provisions being enforced?
Well, the idea we're thinking through, and I just mentioned it briefly in my presentation, would be to have some kind of prima facie means by which labor unions, individuals, or community groups could bring forward a dispute, a challenge related to the labor protections, and have it decided in an independent way. Is there value to this? Is there a reason to move forward with this? And if the panel said there was, and they do this similarly with procurement disputes, then the government would be obliged to take this forward to government dispute.
And so that is not currently in the system now. No. That would be something that would have to be devised amongst the three countries.
Exactly.
Good. Okay. My next question is to you, Mr. LeBlanc. In terms of small and medium-sized businesses, how can you, in your experience as the chamber representative, increase the knowledge and access to those new opportunities and even, quite frankly, some of the existing opportunities that were there in NAFTA to help Canadian, especially SMEs, increase their businesses in the other two countries?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do several things, and perhaps we could do more. Of course, it's always depending on the funding, and I would send a message that the federal government can play a role here. First, we try on the entrepreneurship level to put in place everything we can to have them what we call born global, which means that right from the inception, the development of their initial business plans, we incite and work with those SMEs to make sure that they take into account right from the initial plan the possibility of exporting. So which means if they develop their website to make sure it's transactional from Quebec, it can be transactional in English. International, we make sure that if they hire people with the intent eventually to develop their international markets. That's for one. Secondly, we have lots of training activities, and as part of those trainings, as I was mentioning, we do have all those groups that we bring to the border, and there it's really to explain, make it as simple as possible for those SMEs to see the American market as part of their backyard, part of their growth area. And lastly, we organize missions in the U.S. where we bring SMEs. Usually, we do not bring large companies. They don't need us, but we will bring SMEs in the U.S., in the New York area or Silicon Valley. And there we facilitate with the personnel that are either from the delegation of Quebec, the embassies. We work, or the consulate, we work with them to make sure that we develop those one-on-one contacts. The whole strategy is to make sure that as quickly as possible our SMEs realize that their growth opportunity is to have access to that market. Now, with
have you also, sorry,
Mr. Sarai, your time is up. I was just waiting for a moment to interrupt our witness. I have to go on to Mr. Savard Tremblay now.
Question tout d'abord pour Monsieur Drew.
First of all, for a question to Mr. True from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, you're happy that Chapter 11 has disappeared, namely the ISDS, Investor Dispute Settlement Mechanism. The basis was to ensure stability for investors, but there were certain governments that were less stable in certain countries. But finally, when we saw that this meant that it became more and more difficult to adopt social measures, environmental protection measures, or public health measures, we realized there were deleterious effects with the ISDS. And Canada was the champion for actually receiving these lawsuits. We were on the receiving end. And it was always the multinationals that came forward. And the state was always taking up the defendant position, but there's no recourse to actually protect citizens who are actually damaged by multinationals as a result of these trade agreements. So we've got the disappearance of this chapter. It was a first in the first NAFTA, and it was repeated in virtually all of the other trade agreements after that. Now, do you think the fact that it's disappeared, do you think that that's auguring well for the future? Because we can now not presume that this will automatically be included in future trade agreements. Thank you very much for the question. I'll answer in English.
Agree with the Minister that this should be precedent setting. Internationally, say what you will about the whether the rule of law is as strong in other countries as it is in Canada. The fact is that Canadian companies have abused this system to challenge, like they did in Canada, to challenge completely legitimate environmental and resource management decisions. And I would say that in the kind of world we're operating in, where it's becoming obvious that certain types of economic activity are harming the environment, are contributing to the climate crisis, are in some cases contributing to inequality in other countries as well, or at least not giving the benefits that are meant to come from investment from northern countries in these countries, then we really do need to think about scaling back or rebalancing the kinds of rights we have in trade agreements. Corporate rights are obviously very strong in these processes. We need to rebalance so that environmental rights and indigenous rights and human rights are much more prominent.
Je vous remercie. Question maintenant.
Thank you very much. I now have another question for the Dairy Processors Association of Canada. I've got two questions in one. You have said that there has been some compensation for many producers. That's what's often been said. Even though in the current agreement no compensation has been paid out, but for agreements in the past there was compensation paid out, even if it took some time. But you said there wasn't compensation paid to processors. So what form could this type of compensation take, do you think? And what should the timeline be for this? And then a second question, in case I don't have time later. How are people reacting to the elimination of Class 7? Because we know that the question of milk proteins is something that's been circulating, and you're from AgriPur yourself, and you were amongst the first to actually banish dye-filtered milk before it actually became politically trendy to denounce this. But many processors did take recourse to that type of dye-filtered milk for quite some time. So what's your reaction to all of that? Those are my two questions. Well, last summer, there were certain sums that were announced just for dairy producers, and no sums were announced for dairy processors. And that was a big disappointment for us, as we said. There, you're talking about the previous agreement, aren't you? Yes, we're not referring to the new CUSMA agreement. So that was a disappointment for us last summer. We do hope that something will be in the next budget for us. As we mentioned in our presentation, we were part of the working group that looked at the financial impact and the way in which we could mitigate these financial impacts. So if we could have an investment program, and if we could also be given the TRQs, the import licenses, if that could be granted to our members, the dairy processors, then these two measures would attenuate the situation and would compensate us with these two streams.
Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. True. I just wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Sarai said at the end of his remarks. He was saying that what you were suggesting was something that would remain to be negotiated between the three parties. My understanding, in terms of what you were saying, was that this was actually something Canada could do domestically on its own without having to consult the other two parties. I just want to be clear for the record which version is true.
Yeah, that's right. And I apologize if that's what I implied, that we would negotiate this. No, this would be something Canada could establish on its own and could be made available, for example, to citizens from any country, possibly from Mexico, United States, to bring cases. That's in the event that, for example, a similar process isn't established in the United States and Mexico. It shouldn't preclude people being able to enforce the labor rights that are in this agreement. And so
Okay.
Canada could be a leader there.
So it might be a process that involves interested persons from the other parties, but it's something that Canada could do on its own to help mitigate some of the impact of this agreement.
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to ask, with respect to Chapter 28, and so the NEP also salutes the removal of investor-state dispute settlement clauses from NAFTA, but there's some concern that Chapter 28 is quite prejudicial against public interest regulation. I'm wondering if there might be some remedial work that Canada could do on its own, including just trying to have a more wide-ranging definition of who an interested party or an interested person would be, so that it's not narrowly defined as someone with a business interest in the regulation, but also recognize the interest that citizens might have, whether it's respect to the environment or Indigenous peoples worrying about the infringement of their rights, or workers who are concerned about the effect that a regulation or lack of regulation in a particular sector might have for them. And I'm wondering if you might offer some remarks to that effect in terms of how we might try and mitigate some of the potential negative impacts of Chapter 28.
Absolutely. I mean, in one sense, yeah, there's a lot of room in the U.S. and the CUSMA for Canada to change how it regulates. I mean, the Good Regulatory Practices chapter is meant to enshrine a very specific kind of, like I said, pro-commerce way of regulating that does push the precautionary principle quite far down the list in terms of priorities. There are parts of the CUSMA that require Canada in perpetuity now to regulate in the area of cosmetics, for example, in what they call a risk-based way. So this would be in contrast to a precautionary way in, say, Europe or other jurisdictions, or in a hazard-based way, which can be more protective of public health in other ways. But for the most part, Canada could simply issue a cabinet directive, as it has done, every few years now, on regulation, changing the way it regulates, so that these other interest groups are brought more into the picture, so that regulations do a better balance between the commercial interests of companies who will be affected by these rules and the interests of the environment, the animals, the people who are affected by some of the products that get put on the market.
And as we look past this particular CUSMA process to future agreements, whether it's a Canada-China agreement or Canada-UK, there's certainly talk about other kinds of agreements. How important do you think it is that we learn some lessons from this process? We were talking earlier with a witness from the United States who described a little bit that interplay between the executive and the legislative branch in the United States. We've negotiated with the government to get them to be more transparent about their negotiating objectives up front, and to provide an economic analysis as a matter of course with future agreements when they table their ratifying legislation. What can we learn from what hasn't gone right with this process? And how important do you think early civic engagement is in order to get better deals for Canada in the future?
One thing that the CCPA and others have advocated for in the alternative federal budget for the past few years is that we do need to rethink our trade policy in general, for this era, for the era of the climate emergency, for the growing inequality, and we need to rebalance how these agreements work. I would say, Parliament has a role to play in that, and Parliament should have a stronger role in determining what are our objectives when we pursue a trade deal with Mercosur or with China or elsewhere, right? As it is now, it seems, there's, like you said, you get a moment at the very end of the process to say yes or no, but you don't get any input into the mandate, the objectives of the Canadian government. So I think two things need to happen. We need to have some kind of hearings or consultations in Canada where we determine what is a trade agenda for the 21st century, taking into account things like the climate crisis. And then...
Mr. Chu, I have to interrupt. On to Mr. Cram.
Thank you to all of the witnesses for joining us today. My question is to Mr. Frigon and Benoit from the Dairy Processors Association. You said that $60 million will be the cost of the new export tariff to your industry. That's the cost of the export tariff that applies not just to the United States and Mexico, but to the rest of the world. Can you give us an idea of what that means to the typical dairy processor? Is that a big hit to each dairy processor, or is it a minor inconvenience? Can you give us an idea of what that means?
Well, thank you for the question, and obviously that impact varies between processors depending on their activities. But I'll talk to you about AgriPur's perspective. We're a large player in Canada, and we do process quite a bit of solid non-fat into skim milk powder and other products. And just to give you an example, in the last year, our organization exported itself close to 35,000 tons of skim milk powder. So it has a huge impact on our organization. It has a huge impact on those processors who do process quite a bit of milk into these ingredients. So the issue is really how to adapt to it, what we're going to do with that solid non-fat that is in surplus to our Canadian requirement, what we'll do with this. And this is why we're saying that we need support to invest, to develop new technologies to manage that solid non-fat.
And when did your group find out about this new dairy export tariff?
Well, we find out at the same time as everybody. Because we were not consulted on this notion of putting an export cap to all the countries around the world. I mean, there was no consultation with us about the fact that, could Canada consider limiting its export to all the countries? I mean, this is something we never heard about, and we were caught off guard, I would say.
Okay, but when you must have found out sooner or later, was it late last year or 2018? Do you remember when you were first made aware?
When the agreement was announced.
Okay. How much do you expect your industry to pay to the new dairy export tariff?
Well, I mean, processors, and I can speak for our organization, we will not pay the 54 cents duty to export our surplus. We will not, because it's not economically profitable to do that business. So at some point, companies like our organization like us will have to make decision whether or not they buy the milk or not. Because if we cannot export, we need to find another home for it. And the question is, what is that home for that milk?
And for the processors who will be paying the tariff, have you had any consultations with the government about what the new revenue from that tariff will be used for?
We suspect there will be, if any, there won't be a processor paying the tariff. So it's time to be corrected, but that's our expectation at this point, because the tariff makes it non-economical to export on foreign markets.
And so you said that with this new tariff in place, the industry is going to have to make changes and adjust to this new reality. What plans does the industry have moving forward, and what can the government do to help?
Well, I think we, as an industry, we have to comply with the elimination of Class 7, and the industry is working on this right now. Then we have to limit our export of those products to the quantities that were decided. So each and every company is now looking into its business plan and see what can be done, and it's gonna take investment. It's going to take investment, and that's why we're looking for support to adapt to that new context.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you very much for the presentation today. Very important for this 43rd Parliament to undertake this task. During the 42nd Parliament, we began a pre-study, and we heard from a number of witnesses verbally through written submissions. And one of the people that presented during our pre-study for NAFTA were the dairy farmers of Canada, and they had stated that. And I just wanted to see if, your thoughts on this particular statement by them. Agree, disagree, expand. Full and fair compensation, as committed by the federal government, is key to sustaining the dairy sector following concessions made in recent trade agreements. Maintaining pre-existing import levels was the objective of dairy farmers. Compensation is the government's response to trading off the Canadian dairy sector against other potential gains in recent trade deals. Your comments on that statement, do you agree with that?
Yes, we agree. Full and fair compensation for both dairy farmers and dairy processors.
Yes, very much so. And if you could please explain to me, and I think it's important and critical for people to understand, not only in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie, but across Canada, the importance of supply management. People need to wrap their head around it. In particular, when Trump had made the position very clear that his objective was to dismantle supply management. That was absolutely, and I come from a steel town, and when he says something, whether it's 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum or dismantling, the dairy sector, I take those words seriously. They're not just comments made during a trade negotiation, as some may have thought at the beginning. So, how critical is it for the supply management system for the dairy sector? I think we have to get that on record for people to understand that are watching on TV. If he had met the goal of dismantling supply management, where would the dairy sector be today? If you please comment.
Well, obviously, as a cooperative, I'll speak for Agriper. I'll put my Agriper's hat for a few seconds. I mean, we are owned by dairy farmers, and our farmers expect that that supply management is there to stay. So no question about it. And I think in every trade negotiation, supply management has been put at risk. Now the question is not about if there's a deal or no deal. The question is about having fair and equitable compensation for processors. That's what we're looking for. We've been talking for it for now a number of years, and we're still waiting. So we look forward for those compensation that were kind of promised, because we're facing a lot of challenge. Now close to 18% of our market will be supplied by imports, and we need to continue to grow as a business, as an industry. So Agriper, like any other processors in Canada, are looking for growth, but they need support to adapt to those trade agreements that we're signing.
So it's fair to say that if Trump had his way and dismantled the supply management system, the dairy industry is dead in Canada, or near obliterated without that?
Well, their industry would suffer quite a bit.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's just very important for people to understand how important it is. Stuart, a question for you. When the first NAFTA deal was negotiated many years ago, and I call it a lifetime for a lot of people, and some of these people are in the room, a lifetime ago. Trump had wanted to have a sunset clause about every 5 years, and all industries said, well, we've heard stability. We're negotiating. We'd just be in a constant negotiation. Now with the new provision, this deal lasts for 16 years with a review every 6, and then in 6 years you can start to start tweaking some of those things. Your comment on that particular provision of the NAFTA deal, please.
Not a huge amount to say on it, other than it would be nice to make use of that period. I mean, it's 6 years away. We might get actually a period sooner. I mean, depending on how the election goes in the United States, as you've heard, we might be back negotiating in a few months. But I think it would do well for us to take whatever opportunities we have when it comes time to looking at the agreement again to see what's working, what's not working, and
Thank you very much. My question then to the chamber, the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, actually,
and
you don't have any time.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Carey.
That was real short.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Here we go. There it is. It's on. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to dig down a little bit deeper, perhaps, Mr. Benoit. My colleague brought up the desire by Mr. Trump to dismantle supply management. You're aware the original TPP, when that was arranged, I believe it had a 3.5% versus a 7% TRQ. If the original TPP, which would have included the NAFTA, was passed instead of basically it was on the table to be signed 14 months before Mr. Trump was even sworn in. The Republicans had the majority in Congress. There was a lot of pro-trade Democrats who were ready to pass the deal, but it wasn't progressive enough for our guy. If the original TPP was signed, would the position your company be in, would you be in better position, and would the sector be in better position now, or is it better off with the new CUSMA?
Well, I think the new CUSMA added three additional impact to TPP. You know, in the TPP, there were market access given to all the to those countries. But in the CUSMA, not only we increase the market access because whatever was given to TPP, including U.S., was maintained in TPP, and now in CUSMA, we conceded more market access. So that's one thing. Secondly, in CUSMA, we conceded the elimination of Class 7, and third, we conceded an export cap to all the countries around the world. So for DPAC, I think CUSMA brings in three additional impact that were not present in addition to what was in TPP.
Yeah.
I would perhaps add a fourth one is the oversight clauses that we find in the CUSMA agreement, that we provide oversight to the U.S. government on all things dairy, basically, in Canada.
Yeah, and that I understand that government is trying to spin this as a win-win-win. I remember before the election, we didn't have the economic impact studies, and it was a victory for Canadians, a win-win-win. But sadly, the only Canadian lens we're getting that's up to date, we got last Friday, we got the CD Howe report, and basically the original TPP would have been a net 4.2 or 4.3 billion to the Canadian economy, and the current CUSMA is going to be a $10 billion hit. The quandary we have before us, though, pretty much unanimous. They say if our witnesses, if we don't have an agreement, it's even worse than that. So we are trying to come up with the implementation part of it and the support part of it, because ultimately this affects families and businesses and sectors negatively. So the government does have a role to help in that transition. And I wanted you to maybe just dig down a little bit more on a question my colleague asked about these caps in third parties. Like, I would think if the government gave away something for this agreement, they would have allowed Canadian industry to actually develop their products and export them in greater numbers to countries around the world. And could you comment a little bit more what the potential, or if you have numbers on the potential loss that our industry is going to suffer, because now there is a limit on even what we can sell to countries that are outside the CUSMA agreement. Could you dig down a little bit more on those numbers?
Yeah, so the impact would be 60 million, as we've discussed earlier. And the as Dominique mentioned, the peculiar aspect is that it applies to all countries, and that's a first in the trade agreements, according to our legal counsel, never happens before. That an agreement between 2 or 3 countries would also impose export caps to all the countries, even those that are not parties to the agreement. So definitely it will be a huge impact. And that's why the implementation date coming into force of CUSMA would have an impact, because year one, as we've mentioned in our presentation, it's 55,000 tons, the cap. Year two drops down to 35,000 tons. So the date of coming into force is very important.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry your time is up, Mr. Carey. Ms. Bedayan.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Si vous permettez, je
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may, I'll share my time with the member from the Green Party to allow the member to ask questions as well. But as a proud Montrealer, I would like to address Mr. Blanc from the Chamber of Commerce of Montreal. I was extremely pleased to hear you speak to our Montreal companies that export outside of Canada in my own riding. As you might know, I represent Mile End, Côte-des-Neiges, and Outremont. We found more and more exporting companies, specifically in future fields such as artificial intelligence. So would you agree with me in saying that the very fact that this modernized agreement exists is important in order to allow us to further develop our relationship with the innovation centers, whether these be San Francisco, Boston, etc., and will allow our small Montreal companies to speed up their growth? Absolutely. In fact, last year, we sent additional missions to these regions. We have missions called FemInTech, which was in Silicon Valley. It was there to develop individual relationships. As you mentioned, the area of artificial intelligence is growing in Montreal. And in light of American policies on immigration, we find ourselves in a position where a lot of talent is now coming to Canada, and more specifically to Montreal. Currently, we find ourselves in a situation where not only are we seeing rapid growth in these sectors, those that are related to the main hubs in the United States, but our challenge will be to create service companies that will be able to export, and that is why access through free trade agreement is so vital. They're looking for quality here, and if we're going to market, we have to have access to these markets, and this is enabled by the agreement. From our point of view, it's an excellent agreement specifically for innovation and for our economy. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Ms. Money.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your time with me to ask some questions. So, my first question would be to Mr. True, just about mitigating and enhancing the agreement. If you have some other suggestions, and I'm just wondering what kind of process and reporting you'd like to see on how the agreement is working for Canadians, so that we can determine, what the socio-economic impacts are of the agreement as we work towards these 6-year review processes.
Thanks very much for the question. We haven't, to be honest, we haven't really thought through a review of that kind. From our perspective, there's not a lot in there that we might review in a positive sense of, is the agreement, for example, bringing down emissions across the region? Is the agreement, there's not those kinds of review mechanisms that we would necessarily, have thought through. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my second question is for Mr. LeBlanc. I know that Montreal, you probably represent a lot of cultural industries. I know in my riding there's cultural workers who have to apply to 6 months in advance to be able to do a tour in the United States, and they pay $600 to get their work permits. And the American cultural workers who come to our border can bring their work permit to the border and pay $10 fee and cross the border, and there isn't this kind of delay. And I'm just wondering if you have any comments on that, or also on the processes for CBSA for implementing the agreement, and the kind of regulation and implementing the agreement for importers and exporters, and trying to make that a seamless process in terms of training.
Actually, your question is very interesting and has to be taken in the current context. We are now having a very, very tight labor market in Montreal, and I would say in all Quebec. That includes all sectors, including the cultural sector. So in this period, the possibility that we would have, let's say, workforce coming from the U.S. will not be that disruptive. In the past, it would have been. Clearly the goal that we should have, and in looking at that agreement, we're looking at that, is making sure that as we move along, any resources that resides in the US that could be useful to develop our economic base, and we were talking about artificial intelligence a few minutes ago, we would want the process to be as seamless as possible coming here. Now, of course, what you're saying is about our service industries, people that could go in the US to service customers, to develop markets. There are frustrations, and the solution will have to be in the regulations as opposed to the agreement itself.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that. On to Mr. Savard-Tremblay for 2.5 minutes.
Ben, je poursuivrai tout simplement là où on l'a.
Well, I'll take up the conversation where we left it earlier. Namely, I'll quickly repeat my question from earlier about the question of milk proteins in the agreement. I imagine you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but the sector was imported about the importation of milk protein concentrates and dye-filtered milk, and that's why we came up with Class 7. In AgroPure, you're amongst the first ones to actually ban this. So what's your position today on this? Well, Class 7 has to be placed into its context and the ingredient strategy that was developed by the Canadian dairy industry so that we had the right infrastructure and the right means to produce the ingredients that we needed for processing purposes in Canada. With the agreement, with the sweeping away of Class 7, we've basically taken a step backwards. We have to try and find solutions now as an industry to deal with this issue, the dye-filtered milk, but it's a wider ranging issue, namely the production in Canada of ingredients at a competitive price so that we can manufacture our products. The industry is working on this. It's going to cost the industry something, of course. And once the solution has been set up, then we'll live with it. But that's why we're asking for these mitigation measures so that we can absorb the costs and the impact of the elimination of Class 7. So what are we going to do then, as we see? Well, I think that each business has their business plan. In AgroPure, we're going to continue to use 100% Canadian dairy ingredients. That was a commitment that we made, and we'll stick to that. But for the industry as a whole, we need to come up with solutions together. What are we going to do? Well, we're working very hard on this as producers and processors. The Canadian dairy processors and the Canadian dairy farmers have made this commitment to come up with a solution to replace Class 7. But it is an enormous amount of work that's ahead of us, just after 3 years after setting up Class 7. So as I've said, it's a step backwards for us. We've pushed up our sleeves, rolled them up, and we're ready to get to work.
Time's up, Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Benoit, understood that given what's happening to Canada's dairy sector as a result of this deal, that one of the best things that the government could do would be to allocate 100% of the import permits to processors. If the government can't be convinced of that, do you think it would be fair to attach conditions to permits that were given to retailers so that they're not using those permits to bring in products that compete with what Canadian dairy producers are already offering? In other words, they'd have to bring in products that are genuinely new to the Canadian market as opposed to using it to drive down prices from Canadian producers.
Well, I mean, our position is very clear. TRQs should be allocated to processors, and I'll expand a little bit on why, and the why is that we can offer to consumers a product that are complementary to our Canadian offering, instead of offering consumers product to replace Canadian product, and this is why we've been so insistent to the government to allocate those TRQs to the processing communities, because we're the one who have a skin in the game. We're the one who have the plants. We're the one who will reduce their own domestic production because of imports. But if we have the opportunity to import with the TRQs, we will minimize the impact on our plants. We will minimize the impact on our labor. We will minimize the impact on the economic impact on the Canadian dairy industry. And this is what we're aiming for. And there's no rationale for the government to issuing import TRQs to our customers. There's no rationale at all. And we continue, and we are engaged in the consultation process that is in place right now, and we'll continue to push for that, because this is just common business sense.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Blakey. So that will conclude this panel. Thank you all very much for your contribution today, and we will suspend until the next panel at noon. Thank you. the United States of America and the United Mexican States. For witnesses that we have today as individuals, we have Darren Erickson, pharmacist and owner of Tofield Pharma Choice, and Gayleen Erickson, business owner, Guardian Pharmacy for Tofield Medical Clinic. From the Dairy Farmers of Manitoba, David Weens, the chair. And from Prima Dairy Farms, we have Joel Prinz. And from the Saskatchewan Milk Marketing Board, we have Matthew Flanagan. Welcome to all of you for being here with us today. The Dairy Farmers of Manitoba, Mr. Weens, would you like to go first, please?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. We are on a farm near Grunthal, Manitoba. That's about 80 kilometers south of Winnipeg. I'm a third-generation dairy farmer. My grandparents came to Canada in the 1920s to start a new life and a family. My parents took over from their farm in the 50s, and since the 60s, when supply management came into effect, their income on the farm stabilized, and with this increased stability, they were able to expand their farm and support the family. Supply management allowed dairy farms to contribute to a vibrant community. My brother and I and our families took over the family dairy farm, which is where we continue to farm today. The family farm made it possible for my brother and me to raise our families and continue to grow the farm and continue to contribute to our local community. Today, as Chair of Dairy Farmers of Manitoba, I'm here representing 270 dairy farm families in the province. CUSMA will have a long-lasting negative impact on Manitoba's vibrant dairy industry. The concessions granted are ongoing perpetual losses. CUSMA is not a beneficial agreement for the Canadian and Manitoba dairy sectors. Dairy is one of the top 2 agricultural sectors in 7 out of 10 provinces, and Manitoba is not one of those provinces. However, this still has a significant impact in our province, considering that that dairy processing is the 4th largest component in food processing in our province. The CUSMA agreement allows increased access to foreign milk, removal of Class 7, loss of sovereignty because of U.S. demand for oversight on the development of our future Canadian dairy policies, a surcharge on Canadian dairy protein exports. There are deep local economic ramifications because of these concessions. The projected annual market loss for Manitoba in terms of additional market access is $8.4 million in revenue, and that is the overall Canadian loss here is pegged at $190 million. That does not account for any implications due to the elimination of Class 7 or the export restrictions. The American oversight into Canadian dairy system is nothing less than a complete loss of sovereignty by allowing U.S. to interfere in the development of future Canadian dairy policies. In Canada, of course, we're losing 3.9% or 100,000 tons of our dairy market to foreign milk and dairy products. This means that when you look at Canada as a whole, we are at that 3.9%, and that amounts to losing, that pretty much wiping out Manitoba's dairy industry. The concessions agreed to in the CUSMA deal deeply impact the pillars of supply management, which are import control, production management, and also predictable imports. Like a 3-legged milking stool, without one leg, the stool falls. The impacts of CUSMA will not only harm the dairy industry in Manitoba from farms to processors, the long-term effects will reduce our contributions to the GDP. Nationally, that's $19.9 billion. In Manitoba, that amounts to $582 million. And jobs in the province, as there will be less need for locally supplied milk, as it will be replaced by foreign product. The loss of our farm production will have negative ripple effects across rural Manitoba. If our family-owned operations terminate, there would be less demand for many service providers such as veterinarians, mechanics, nutritionists, as well as less dependence on other agriculture commodities such as Manitoba grown feed barley or even canola meal used on dairy farms. However, those impacts do not cease in rural Manitoba. If less Canadian milk is being produced in Canada rather than being imported from the U.S., our 12 processors would also be negatively impacted. Dairy industry across Manitoba sustains 7,955 full-time equivalent jobs, and those numbers would decrease. Additionally, this agreement also halted new processing investment into Manitoba as processors stopped to consider the impact on their operations and assess the type of processing they could focus on in the future. So it certainly has put the ice on some proposed investments. Therefore, the future of having another processor or current processor expansion is uncertain. Furthermore, having increased dairy processing would lead to more sustainable jobs, ensure more locally produced milk is processed provincially, and increase Manitoba's GDP. Furthermore, by increasing access to our Canadian market, there will be a negative impact on dairy farmers' share of the domestic milk market, a share which was a basis for investment decisions for our dairy farmers and for many young dairy farmers getting into the industry. Those dairy products will displace what would have otherwise been Canadian dairy and made with Canadian milk, even if, as imports, they don't meet the same standards for safety and quality that Canadian dairy farmers provide to Canadians under the National On-Farm Program we call ProAction. This is about giving up that portion of the domestic market and the government commitment to provide compensation for those concessions. The oversight clause undermines Canadian sovereignty and its ability to develop and manage Canadian policies without U.S. intervention. The USA will not need to provide similar levels of oversight into their system, and this approach is yet another example of how the CUSMA removes our competitive advantage and ties the Canadian dairy industry's hands to American decision-making. This should not be understated and will have a lasting effect on the domestic dairy sector. The sovereignty clause of CUSMA will undermine our ability to manage our own policies without American intervention. Having another country dictate our policies will tie our hands in our own industry by providing the Americans with the ability to intervene in our domestic policies. The final aspect of CUSMA is the restrictions of Canadian exports. Canada has agreed to the U.S. demands to effectively cap Canadian exports of skim milk powder, milk protein concentrates, and infant formula. Added together, these measures limit our ability to grow the Canadian domestic market. The export clause ensures that the Canadian dairy industry's hands are tied from both sides. Not only is our industry losing our market share, but also cannot export due to aggressive restrictions and surcharges. So what we ask is that while the announced compensation package for the access granted for CETA and CPTPP was a first step in this regard, we are asking the Canadian government provide dairy farmers in the form of direct payments the remaining 7 years of full and fair compensation to mitigate the impacts of CETA and CPTPP, with that amount included within the 2020 budget main estimates. Also, that the government deliver on its promise of full and fair compensation for the impacts of CUSMA. Efforts to mitigate the impact of the export charges need to be made. This could be achieved through an administrative measures with the U.S. even after the ratification of CUSMA. These caps would set a dangerous precedent for any Canadian product which could be exported, as a means of limiting Canada's competitiveness in world markets. So we're asking the Canadian government work toward an administrative agreement with the American government to ensure that the export charges contained in CUSMA only apply to exports to the U.S. and Mexico and not worldwide. It is important to note that should CUSMA enter into force before August 1st, the beginning of the dairy year, the export thresholds for skim milk powder, milk protein concentrate, and infant formula will see a dramatic decline of nearly 35% only after a few months. This would be another blow to the dairy market, and which would not be able to benefit from a transition period. To enable a proper transitional period for the export threshold, we ask that CUSMA not enter into force until after August 1st of this year. In closing, I want to highlight the increased risks and need for more resources to monitor and enforce trade and standards at the border as the levels of imports increases. Canada's border services agencies do not currently have the training, tools, or resources to effectively monitor what is coming into Canada. For example, the artificial growth hormone RBST is allowed in the United States dairy sector. It is currently illegal in Canada due to animal health concerns, and we're asking that increased resources, tools, and training be provided to CBSA to improve their effectiveness in dealing with border issues in a timely and transparent manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weens. On to Mr. Prinz from the Prima Dairy Farm.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Joel Prinz, and I've been involved in the dairy industry for my whole life. I grew up and currently farm outside a small village of Warburg, Alberta, an hour southwest of Edmonton. My parents, like so many other dairy farmers in our area, both immigrated from the Netherlands to Canada in search of new opportunities. In the mid-1980s, they were able to put aside enough money to put a down payment on a small dairy farm that consisted of 37 cows and 160 acres of land. From that point on, they worked day and night to make sure that they could raise me and my 3 younger brothers on the farm. As my brothers and I were growing up, we were taught many valuable lessons, from the importance of caring for animals to making us realize the importance of commitment and dedication to finishing tasks. In elementary, my brothers and I would get up before school started, make sure to feed all the calves before racing back to the house to get ready to catch the bus. It was no different after school. We would often run off the bus to go help our parents in the field raking or baling hay, or in the barn milking cows. So you could say that dairy farming was instilled into my brothers and I from a very young age, and I learned it was a lifestyle, not just a job. With that mindset, as my brothers and I got older, we were able to continue to grow the farm to the current 400 cows that we milk today. The supply managed system is a predominant reason why we were able to thrive. Supply management allows farmers like my family to continue investing back into the industry, knowing there will be stability into the future. It also makes sure that we receive a fair price for the product that we sell, and not rely on direct subsidies for production from the government, while dairy farmers in other countries rely on so heavily. For example, European farmers receive 55 billion euros in subsidies per year, and Americans paid 4 billion in subsidies in 2009. Canadian dairy farmers earn their income from the market, not from the government. We appreciate the government's compensation programs to alleviate some of the impact of our reduced market. But if we had our choice, we would much rather have a domestic market that is not influenced by trade deals and no dairy compensation programs. Dairy farmers are also a big driver of the Canadian economy. It continues to generate $20 billion to Canada's GDP every year. Dairy farmers also greatly support our local rural economies. On our farm alone, we employ 5 local employees and create a lot of spin-off by purchases we make in the surrounding communities to help keep our rural economy strong. Overall, the dairy industry employs over 220,000 Canadians, from the farm to processing to the retailer and all the steps in between. Not only does supply management employ locals, it allows consumers to have the knowledge that their milk is local, and they are supporting the farms in their backyard. And poll after poll, it's clear that Canadians support local dairy farms and locally produced milk. This is reassuring to many, as Canadian milk has some of the highest standards in the world. What's worrisome is that foreign milk coming into Canada through these trade deals does not need to adhere to the same standards for production. On our farm over the last 2 years, my family has been going through the steps of succession planning. My brothers and I are starting all young families of our own and want nothing more than to raise them on a dairy farm where we can teach our kids the values that they can only get from being on a farm. So with this succession planning, it required a great deal of trust in our supply managed system and the government that they would continue to support our industry by standing up for it and protecting it. We all took on millions of dollars of debt that will take many years to pay off. However, lately we question our decision of taking on that kind of risk. It seems that our industry is continually being put up as a sacrificial lamb in order to make a trade deal complete, starting with CETA, followed by TPP, and now the CUSMA deal. Supply management in Canada has been eroding away. The current CUSMA deal alone is asking for 3.9% of our domestic market. When you add up the 3 deals, it equates to 18% of our domestic market by the year 2024, when everything's implemented. This market access dramatically impacts our farms and likely has a very minimal impact on the countries that have that increased access. For example, 3.9% access for the American dairy farmer is hardly a solution to their overproduction problem. The state of Wisconsin produces more milk than all of Canada, so this small access for them doesn't help their situation and dramatically hurts our local farms. Not only does a trade deal increase access to our domestic markets, it also requires us to limit our Class 7 of milk. Other concessions included a worldwide export cap that limits Canadian dairy products from being exported globally. This is very worrisome, as the implications of this cap go beyond the 3 countries that the trade deal is negotiated around. Canada should be allowed to stand up for its own rights, and trade implications ramifications in those countries instead of having our neighboring countries dictate that for us. Beyond the increased market access, the elimination of one of our classes of milk, a global cap on exports, the most concerning is the fact that the Canadian dairy industry will also need to consult the United States for any domestic milk class policy changes. This is a severe breach of our Canadian sovereignty. The Canadian dairy industry should not need the approval of an outside country to make changes to a domestic policy. We feel this will impede our ability to adjust and react to market demands and innovate. We will no longer have the ability to make decisions that serve the best interests of Canadians, since we will be required to consult with the U.S. before making policy changes. This policy does not serve in the best interests of Albertans or Canadians. The economic effect of this clause is difficult to determine. However, one could assume the U.S. will not support a policy which will see Canadians benefit in the face of American dairy industry. Ask yourselves, would the U.S. or Mexico have agreed to this if the roles were reversed? Therefore, the CUSMA trade deal has many negative impacts on us as a supply-managed dairy industry. Even with the deal still waiting to be signed, there have been many ramifications. Processors have been reluctant to reinvest in Canada, with some even pulling the plug on new projects that were steps away from being finalized. These are missed opportunities for growth in the Canadian economy. Even on the farm level, when speaking with fellow farmers, there's an uneasiness and reluctance of what to do next. I even had a few neighbors deciding to get out of the industry due to the increased stress that the trade deals brought upon them. They continue to point out that there are more trade deals to come and worry we will be the final sacrificial piece once again. Even for my brothers and I, this trade deal has been weighing on our minds greatly. We just took over from my parents, and seeing our growth in our domestic market being given away every few years, it makes us discouraged and frustrated. How does an industry survive if you ask it to stay stagnant or decrease in size in order for foreign countries to bring in their products? This will not continue to work over the long run. In closing, I would like to say dairy farmers just want to be able to make a living from the market, doing what they love to do without a constant threat that the government will continually sell them out in the next trade agreement. I personally want to be able to wake up 30 years from now and be able to pass on a successful dairy to my son and know that he could also be able to do that for his kids one day. I want to share the story of how our government stood behind our dairy farms and valued our contributions to this great country. But right now, I don't know if I'll be able to have that conversation if we continually are faced with the roadblocks the government is putting up against our industry. Thank you very much for the opportunities to speak here today to highlight some of the implications of the CUSMA on my dairy farms across Canada, and what the future looks like for our industry. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Very much appreciated it. Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matthew Flaman. My wife, sons, and I are fourth and fifth generation dairy farmers from Vibank, Saskatchewan, near Regina. Today I represent myself and 165 other dairy farmers in Saskatchewan. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts on the impact of the CUSMA deal for me. Supply management has allowed our farm and my family to contribute to the local economy through using local employees, service from vets, ag dealerships, and other services that are close to me. The stability offered by supply management has allowed me to have confidence to invest in our farm and in our community and in our area. And it's created the concessions granted in the trade agreements now have created some uncertainty of the climate going forward. Dairy farmers did not want to see concessions given in, but it has been. 3.9% on the CUSMA deal and nearly 18% currently on the books. It is important for me that it's heard in the words of our government that full and fair compensation will be paid to the direct impact of these concessions. We've asked for direct payments because we have the portion of our market taken away. Programs that stimulate innovations are great, but they can be put in place at any time. They're not compensation for market loss. We have received a payment so far from a previous European trade deal, and we've used it for improving efficiencies through cow comfort and ventilation in our youngest calf barn. And we've also used it for financing for funding the next generation through succession planning. I also want to speak about the export caps that are come in place through the CUSMA deal, which are very strike a nerve to me, not only as a dairy farmer, but as a Canadian citizen. As you've heard my fellow panelists say, these caps are unprecedented. To answer Mr. Prin's question, in my opinion, there's no chance that the U.S. or Mexico would ever let caps that were intended to be between three countries get spread out over the world. And as a Canadian, this is very troubling for me, not just as a dairy farmer. The impacts go well beyond the dairy sector and can be used in any other industry in the future trade negotiations, and that scares me. In conclusion, I want to say that dairy farming has given me a good life. It's given me a good opportunity to raise my family. It's given me an opportunity to put some local employees to work, some young people through school, and it's been a proud spot in my life. I want nothing more than for my business to thrive and for my sons to take over one day and also have them thrive. I'm worried the industry is suffering a death by 1,000 cuts. Not only are we giving up market access, but the export caps that don't allow us to move our protein concentrates around the world is an area of very great concern to me, because it limits our ability to expand. If this continues to be the case, I'm not sure what advice I'll give my son in his endeavors to be a dairy farmer. I appreciate the time you've given me, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. On to the Ericksons. Whichever one would like to go first.
I'll go first, please. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead, sir.
First of all, I'd like to say that we appreciate the opportunity to address this committee, and being able to describe what is happening on the ground floor in our businesses can be mutually beneficial for this and future legislation. I actually grew up on the farm too, but I ended up owning a pharmacy. So I'm the owner of Tofield PharmaChoice, it's a town about a half hour out of Edmonton. I also manage a medical clinic beside it, and I'm the standing president of the Alberta Pharmacists Association. And just to say that my opinions today aren't part of theirs, they're my personal opinions. CUSMA has garnered much attention for changes to the auto and dairy sectors, as we have just heard. The Standing Committee should be concerned with provisions of the agreement that could have important impacts on pharmacy sectors and in turn my patients. I understand that the original CUSMA would have extended the term of protection for data resulting from drug trials from 8 to 10 years for a subset of drugs known as innovative biologics. And I'll just explain what these type of things are. As pharmacists and patients, we're very familiar with small, simple molecules like acetaminophen, codeine, and antibiotics that have been produced in the past 50 years. They're easy to duplicate because we can make a generic product of them, and those products come out at about 25% of a name brand product. So we have used these generics since they were introduced about 35 years ago, and I was there right at the start of it. This available of generic product has increased medication availability to all patients and saved millions of dollars to private, provincial, and federal drug plans. So a biologic is a little different product. It's a large, complex molecule, usually manufactured by manipulating living cells to produce a specific protein. The most common one everyone would know would be insulin. There are many benefits to biologics, such as being a unique treatment option, either with less side effects or a better treatment for a disease. Pricing for biologics can be anywhere from 5 to 10 times that of small, simple molecules. I refer to drugs as molecules, sorry about that. But generic products of biologics are called biosimilars, and they're called biosimilars because they are not identical to what the product is, like we make a generic of a simple molecule. They're very close to the same, and they produce the same results in the body for a particular disease. Many provinces treat them as substitutes, although they're not interchangeable, but in comparison, they're going to save payers many millions of dollars annually. Biosimilars are here, and we're using them now across Canada. So current Canadian law provides 20 years of patent protection, which is unique from data protection. So patents are just like patents for products. Data protection is a little different. Because a drug needs to be researched, it takes a long time to get on the market. There's a protection offered to companies after the drug comes on the market, because the 20 years wouldn't cover their protection. Unlike other patents, drugs must go through trials and testing to prove efficiency and safety, which uses up a large portion of the patent protection period. So data protection begins when they start marketing the drug, and it effectively provides a minimum period of market exclusivity, regardless of the patent status. Data protection will prohibit the use of drug manufacturers in obtaining market approval of the safety and efficacy of the drug. So when a patent company does testing on a product, in the generic area, people were allowed to use some of that data to get their drug on the market, and that's basically what this data protection is. It protects the drug for X number of years to allow them to make some money back. CUSMA, the original CUSMA, before it was signed in December, had an additional 2 years of data protection on biosimilar molecules. This is important because that extra protection would have increased the price of the products and extended the protection for an extra 2 years. From what I understand, 8 years on the signing day, I think December 11th or December 10th. So in Alberta, we have witnessed recent changes to our publicly administered drug plans that are transitioning patients from biologics to lower cost biosimilars. These policies were implemented to specifically decrease government drug plan expenditures. The more prevalent the use of biosimilars in Alberta, the greater the cost of savings for payers and patients. Alberta spent more than $238 million in the years 2018 to 2019 fiscal year on biologic drugs, and these costs are increasing every year. Cost per patient for original biologics can be more than $25,000 annually, with biosimilar versions costing up to 50% less than the original biologics. Alberta's biosimilar initiative will save approximately $30 million annually that can be invested into other health services for Albertans. CUSMA's data protection change would have worked directly against Alberta's ability to access affordable biologic drug therapy in the future. So a couple of examples of this. For a patient arriving at my pharmacy counter, the average price for, if you know, Remicade is a name brand biologic used for rheumatoid arthritis, would run that patient or payer, a third-party payer like Blue Cross or DVA, $1,553 a month, compared to a biosimilar of $848 a month. This pricing is excluding any fees or markups. So this extrapolates into a savings of about $8,460 annually. So in another specific example, Lantus insulin cost about $100 monthly in comparison to $75 for a biosimilar, a savings of $300 annually. The $300 seems like a small amount, but when it is multiplied by the number and increasing number of diabetics in Alberta, the savings are substantial. The patient on a fixed income with no prescription insurance sees no effective difference between the two products and is using savings to purchase maybe test strips to better control his diabetes and to keep him out of the hospital. So we probably have 20 to 25 patients in my pharmacy alone that are making that change. So nationally, if they would have extended the data protection to 10 years instead of the 8, would have cost us about 100, nationally, would have cost over 169 million in the year 2029. And I talk about 2029 because the patents are just being taken out for products that are going to be available then, and that's the ones that CUSMA will affect. The one, from what I understand, the ones that are presently licensed, there'll be a grandfather clause. So, final terms in CUSMA allow data protection to remain at 8 years, from what I understand, giving continued savings to payers such as my patients and third-party, private, and public plans, like government plans, and it will allow continued affordability to patients that visit my pharmacy. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. Ms. Erickson, did you have a statement to make? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity as well to present. My name is Gayleen Erickson. I am the owner of Guardian Pharmacy and the Tofield Medical Clinic in Tofield, Alberta. I have reservations concerning some of the CUSMA agreement and the effects it will have on my business ventures. I would like to give some basic information on pharmacy in Canada and how drug shortages have been affecting my pharmacy and our patients. We've experienced many drug shortages, and these seem to be on the rise. Shortages are caused because of many variables and circumstances. These include plant inspections revealing contaminants, access to raw product ingredients, international demands for product, and most commonly, generic product pricing that is too low. Low prices make products more popular and less profitable to manufacture. Decreased profit can persuade the manufacturer to discontinue production for other more profitable molecules, causing a decreased supply and demand buffer. Pharmaceuticals have expiry dates, and this limits the amount of product in the system. All of these concerns lead to a very inelastic supply and demand system for pharmaceuticals. At any one time, drugshortages.com will report approximately 2,000 drugs being shorted. Currently, our pharmacy is unable to supply our customers with 60 common medications because they are shorted. Additionally, any arrangements made by private payers or government can cause extra stress on an overloaded system. Just a few examples of these shortages. Pantoprazole was shorted after the main public payer in Alberta favored pantoprazole as the preferred drug to be prescribed to all patients with gastroesophageal reflux disease, also known as heartburn or GERD, and that was only to save money. Metformin, a common anti-diabetic drug, became unprofitable because of price compression for many manufacturers, and they discontinued production. In 2017, a group of approximately 20 to 30 injectable surgical drugs were shorted after the discovery of contamination in the only factory that produced and supplied these products to hospitals and pharmacies in Canada. We were unable to supply Beaver Ambulance Services with product that was crucial for their day-to-day operations. Many of these injectable products remain on allocation from our wholesaler today, limiting the numbers that any pharmacy can purchase. Valsartan was shorted worldwide when a contaminant was discovered in a raw product used to make the tablets in July of 2018. The result of this recall, combined with price compression, has resulted in supply issues to date for the whole class of drugs called ARBs, angiotensin II receptor blockers. The majority of losartan, irbesartan, telmisartan, candesartan, and olmesartan molecules are in short supply as the process dominoes. Canadian drugstores could not supply the citizens of Canada with EpiPens in the summer of 2019. News agencies reported that individuals should use expired pens in an emergency, while the U.S. did not experience any shortages, but supplied pens at a higher price in a market with a higher margin. Pricing decisions by Patented Medicine Prices Review Board, PAN Canada, and provincial programs can affect name brand and generic supply. Generic pricing is often based on brand pricing. Pharmacists are deeply concerned about U.S. policies that would enable the additional exportation of prescription drugs from Canada to the United States. Drug importation by the U.S., both personal and wholesale, is neither practical or sustainable. CUSMA has not addressed this major concern facing Canadian pharmacies. Government needs to be aware of these shortages and the effects that they have on our industry and the well-being of all of our patients. Recently, Bernie Sanders encouraged the American public to purchase their pharmaceutical supplies in Canada at cheaper prices. We were here yesterday for question period and were quite concerned to hear a motion with regards to pharmacare. We have work to do on present problems with pharmaceutical supply issues in Canada. Price compression, manufacturing issues, and recalls are still causing major problems. To conclude, we are having major pharmacy supply issues in Canada. These problems are being ignored, they are growing annually, and our patients experience the fallout. I would like to confirm that CUSMA does not force or suggest that we supply pharmaceuticals out of our supply chain without additional supply assurances. It is imperative that future supply models take into account what is happening right now, today, in pharmacies across Canada.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. On to Mr. Couric.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it is great to be able to join this committee this morning. And I just want to thank each of the folks that have come to testify before this committee. You know, I appreciate there's 3 farmers and 2 business owners, a pharmacist, and your input is very, very valued here, and appreciate you making the trip, taking the time to share your expert opinions. Your opinions are very, very valued here, and it's appreciated that you would come and be a part of this very, very important democratic part of the process to ensure that Bill C-4 gets the review required. You know, I think that there's largely agreement across the country that free trade is important, that we need to have a strong trading relationship with our international partners. But the various perspectives that have been presented here today emphasize how important it is to have proper oversight and review of this legislation to ensure that Canadians can understand the impacts. And my question will be focused to Mr. and Mrs. Erickson. You know, acknowledging the reality of free trade and that you know, when it comes down to it, the role of pharmacy as a part of the healthcare system. You know, it's ultimately about making sure that our patients, that patients in this country have access to the care that they need in order to get healthy, to be treated properly. You know, I'd be curious as if either of you have further thoughts about the impact of drugs being sold to the United States, and just if you could elaborate on how that affects your day-to-day operations, and for the benefit of committee members to help us understand what options might be to address that in the future, so that folks can be aware of how serious of an issue this is.
Thank you. Thanks. We did bring along an example here today of my drug order that we sent in on, I think, either Friday or I think Saturday's order. We ordered 111 products, 33 of them were short. And this is not even a list of all of the items that we would use. So we're short currently about 60 molecules. Every time I hear a busload of US coming up here, I mean, I know they need medication, but we are having supply problems here right now, and we need to understand that that's what's happening. I think any of the committee members could go to their pharmacy today and ask them if they're having supply issues with any drugs, and they would get a story from their pharmacist. It's happening right across Canada. I've got friends across Canada that run pharmacies, and it's the same story all across Canada. So we want to get this supply issue under control. When there is a product shortage, we've got quite a lot of work to do as pharmacists in Alberta. We prescribe, we substitute product. A lot of pharmacists in Canada cannot prescribe. They have to send the patient back to the physician. It gets to be quite a burdensome work to get these patients through the system. So when I hear about pharmacare coming and more control or cheaper product, I cannot believe what is happening here already. So in the future, sales to the States, I believe we have to get our product under control here in Canada, and if we can be assured supply and we can get supply, I'm in favor. I realize we have to trade with the States, so thanks.
Also, I'd like to just say that approximately 20% of the time that my pharmacists spend in the pharmacy each day is spent trying to locate drugs for individuals. We have ear medication that we are not able to bring in anymore. We have had to find compounding pharmacies that will compound a product, and that's the only way that we were able to supply it. We have issues where, because of contamination in different factories, where a product will come and it will be shorted, and from there we have to take and provide other options. The over-the-counter medications are being shorted, and now we're having to provide prescriptions for these individuals.
Thank you very much. Is there some... You have 30 seconds left, Mr. Purick.
Sure. I appreciate that that very much, and I think it emphasizes the importance to have a fulsome discussion about whether it be the new NAFTA, this CUSMA deal, or any other thing that comes before Parliament. And I appreciate the perspective and even just learning about the difference between biologics and biosimilars. Just briefly, if I could.
It has to be very brief. You have 10 seconds.
So the comment that I would make is also important to acknowledge how this may affect the development of new drugs and that industry in Canada. But since my time is up, I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, and thank you again to the members for your contributions. Really appreciate you coming and being a part.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you to the presenters for coming. Mr. Prince, a very inspirational story. When you were telling it, it reminds me of my dad. His story was much similar to yours. The days he was growing up in a family that was agriculturalist, and after doing all the chores, bike 37 kilometers to college and come back, and it's very, very inspirational, and all the best, and thank you for doing great work. Where you said that government should be standing up for the dairy farmers, we did, right? President Trump wanted to dismantle the supply management. We were able to protect it. And you mentioned that it is 3.9% of the dairy that is affected, and that has a devastating effect. And I'm just trying to imagine if we did not have any, if we would haven't protected the supply management, what would be the consequences? So that is what I'm trying to see.
Well, thanks for the compliments of that. And then, I guess it's something that we ourselves don't even, picture or fathom, because we are sold on this idea and the of the supply management. That's why we fight so hard for it. And it's something that our families rely on. And so even with that 3.9%, it doesn't seem like a lot. But it seems like every time it accumulates, like it was never a clean slate to start with. We already had gone through several other trade deals where we are also giving up. So it feels like, is that our government's goal, is to eventually get rid of it? Like, that's not what we hope, and that's not what we picture. We want to continue strong in what we're doing. And so that 3.9% is also added on to other ones. So now we just keep feeling, it seems like every 2 or 3 years when the new trade deal comes out, you're like, okay, we're bracing for another one. Why do we always need to do this? But yeah.
And how about the local demand? Has the local demand for the milk and milk products grown over the last decade with new immigration, different communities moving in?
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right there. Canada is a great country with lots of immigrants coming in annually. And basically what it seems like is any growth that we would have got just from people coming into the country, we're giving that now away. Instead of letting our dairy farmers continue to grow with the population, we're now giving that extra growth, because a lot of immigrants do love our milk products. So there's a lot of new innovations as well, just from processors trying new things and new technologies that we're able to enjoy more of the milk products. So, but yeah, you're exactly right that there is growth from within our country, but we as the farmers are not benefiting from it.
Thank you. My question to Ms. Erkson, I agree with, on one of the drugs that you mentioned for the ear infection. All I remember is a yellow bottle. I leave the names for my daughters to remember. It was short, and I went to my pharmacist. He was blaming us on the government that we are bringing the prices down for the medications. And on one side, the consumer wants the prices to come down. On the other hand, when we bring this forward, pharmacists are blaming us. How can we balance that between the two?
What you have to do is ensure that there is supply. What they're doing now is they are negotiating the price down so low, providing only one supplier for some of the drugs. And if there is a contamination in that plant, it shuts down the entire production of that. Then you have to get back into the supply chain at the factory. So you may have to wait 3 months before you can have that drug go into production again. And during that period of time, then the supplies in the pharmacies, they have to revert to other drugs, something similar. And it's like the olmesartan and the whole ARBs. Now, all of a sudden, there is a whole group of drugs that are no longer supplyable because they can't be provided by the plants and the factories anymore. So it just mushrooms and compounds. And some of the products like metformin, there used to be a number of different suppliers, but now they've gone down to, I believe it's just one. That's all we have in the pharmacy. Now, it's a very common anti-diabetic drug.
Right.
And there's no one else supplying it. So if there's a contamination in that factory, we're done. Our customers, our patients are without. People don't realize the severity of this. We have had heart medications. The ear one, it's just a minor one. But when you go to your doctor and the doctor says, I'm sorry, you can't supply it. Use vinegar and water. And you're facing the possibility of hearing loss. This happened to our son. That's why it's very close to my heart. And it's happening all over. There was a drug for women that had bladder control problems. It was negotiated down so low in price that the company stopped producing it. There is no medication for this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Erickson. Okay, Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Alors oui, alors merci à l'ensemble des intervenants.
Thank you for all of those presentations. I very much appreciate the fact that several interventions from the farm community started off by talking about your own activities, and that's very interesting because as well as being activists, it's showing that there's human beings behind these stories who are living with the impact of what's been negotiated upon and what's been decided and what's signed. So that gives a human face to all of this. And it's particularly useful in this given situation. So I'd like to turn to the three people here from the dairy farming community. And I'm going to put the same question to you as I've put to several other witnesses to see if there's consensus emerging on this. I think, in fact, you all agree upon the fact that there needs to be compensation. Compensation for your sector, for the dairy farmers who've been impacted negatively by this agreement. You've had compensation in the past with other agreements, and we hope there's going to be compensation announced in the next budget for you. Could you now tell us which type of compensation you would like to see? Would you prefer direct compensation or in the form of an investment and modernisation programme?
Begin the answering your question by saying that dairy farmers are looking for a direct compensation payment to farmers, and the reason is that all farms are in a different point in their financial cycle. So, for example, there's some farms that have made major investments on the farm in terms of improving animal care and so on, and so then it wouldn't work. They wouldn't receive a payment after something's been done. Others are planning to. Sometimes for young farmers, it takes longer for them to get their financing together. So that's where it's so important to make the direct payments to farmers, because they know exactly how to best ensure that the payment goes towards future sustainability on those farms.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I would have to agree with David. The direct payments is definitely the way that I think dairy farmers across Canada want it to be received. It just allows, even if you're the smallest farmer or the biggest farmer and everyone in between, you still get compensated, and you don't have to write in an application and hope that you're one out of the 200 or one out of the 300 that won the lottery. So in that sense, I think the direct payment is definitely the more fair way to go.
I would like to add, I think the direct payment as well. And reason being is that I think innovation or investment is different on every farm. David alluded to that a little bit, and I think in some cases a very new, or in Saskatchewan we have called an entrant program, as does the rest of the country. But in that case, maybe it would be used to pay down debt. In other cases, it may be used to increase cow comfort through better bedding facilities or ventilation. In other cases, it could be used for robotics or further innovation on the cow milking side. But it does give the farmers a choice. And as Joel has said, it allows every farmer to receive the chance to use it equally, no matter how large or small or how mature they are as a farmer.
Et puis, écoutez, je constate qu'il y a un...
Well, I've noticed that there's consensus not only among you, but with all of the people from your sector who have testified before this committee over the last 2 weeks. So I'm not surprised to hear your answer, but I think it's important to realize that all the witnesses have confirmed that this is indeed the formula that is desirable and has been retained. Now, I have another question that was put to a number of our interveners. How do you assess the amounts of the checks that should be issued according to you?
Speak to that, and after the CETA and CPTPP agreements were ratified, there was a discussion with dairy farmers and the government, and for those two agreements, it was recognized that, and that was by the government's own validation, that the damage was to the tune of $2 billion. And that same process would have to follow with CUSMA as well, where the dairy industry has an opportunity to have that discussion with our government at the time of ratification.
Yeah, as for myself, I was probably almost too young for the first deals. But yeah, from what I know from my dad, like there were working groups that analyze what the cost effect of everything was and what the effects of the trade deals were. And from that, just the same as what David concurred to, is that it was $2 billion. So I'm thinking once this CUSMA deal gets ratified, there would have to be another group set up to analyze what kind of effects and even long-term effects this deal has on a farmer. And from there, they would make a number that would make sense.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Blakey.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to all our guests, and in particular, Mr. Wiens. We had the opportunity to speak back home in Manitoba not that long ago. So I'm happy to take up a few of the themes from that conversation. I know you'd mentioned the use of bovine growth hormone in your opening remarks, and I was just wondering, with respect to the market share that's granted under CUSMA, is the agreement blind to the content of what's coming in from the United States? I mean, are they allowed to bring in things that don't meet Canadian standards, or how does that work, and who would monitor that?
That's correct. The use of the hormone RBST, which is a production hormone used in the U.S., is illegal for use in Canada because of the animal health concerns. There would be no restriction from these products coming into Canada. So that raises a real concern about the Canadian consumers are not always going to know what they're getting, and the fact that it has not been produced to the kind of standards that we have set, and especially through our assurance program, ProAction, where all farmers in the country follow these the standard, and our standards reflect the values of all Canadians, and so we take great pride in that.
And would you say that Canadian dairy processors, if they were holding the TRQs, so to speak, would have a better sense of judging what products coming in from the United States would be comparable to Canadian products versus retailers, for instance?
We certainly believe that the processors should have the import TRQs. Processors will be and are much more strategic in terms of the kind of products they bring in, and it would be less disruptive to the industry.
And in the CETA process, we know that I think it's over 50% of the TRQs weren't granted to processors; they were granted to retailers. What has that meant for the Canadian dairy industry, and what's been the impact of that administrative decision on the Canadian end, which is not negotiated in the deal, but as a unilateral decision by the Canadian government?
So that had a very negative impact on the processors in this country. I mean, certainly, it's easy to calculate the market losses through that trade deal, which is the 17,000 tons of cheese that are being imported, and so. But part of the effect has also been, and so then we can potentially get into the discussion of dumping. But it has reduced the margins for processors in this country, and it's very difficult to compete against the treasuries of the EU or the US for that matter.
And when we're talking about retailers holding TRQs, I mean, I think, is it fair to say that, Canadian consumers aren't just concerned about price, they're also concerned about choice. And depending on who holds the TRQ, there could be used either to drive down price, including trying to reduce margins for Canadian producers, or they could be used in a way that expands choice by making products that aren't in competition with existing Canadian dairy products available to Canadian consumers. Does that make a difference to the industry in terms of how those TRQs are those TRQs are used, and whether they're used to promote choice of product or drive down price?
And certainly that has an impact for the Canadian marketplace. With processors, again, they strategically import products, although with so much of the import quota being given to retailers in CETA, that has had a very negative impact on our industry. Again, processors are much more strategic in their, in the way in which they fill those import quotas, and so certainly the consumers, nor the processors, nor the farmers have really benefited from the way in which the quota was allocated in CETA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Means. I wonder if our other guests from the dairy industry might like to weigh in on those questions.
Yeah, maybe just a couple quick comments about imports of the milk that's coming in. Obviously, RBST. One other thing, it's maybe a bit of an industry standard. That's the quality of milk in Canada is second to none, and it's on worldwide standard. And the U.S. has their own standard, which may be, in some cases, not as good. I don't want to. I'm sure in a lot of cases it's just fine, but their standard that they use across the country for what's called somatic cell count, which is it aids in the quality of cheeses and it's a measure of cow health essentially. But at any rate, it's about double what we would be in Canada, or maybe not quite double, so close. So we're very proud of the quality of milk we produce on farms, obviously. And that translates into quality products.
Right on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Cram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Flaman from Sask Milk, welcome to the committee. Under the new NAFTA agreement, Canadian dairy producers will be losing 3.9% market access to the domestic market. Given the rate of growth of the domestic market and the profit margins of dairy producers, can you give the committee an idea of what does the loss of 3.9% mean to a typical Saskatchewan dairy producer?
So thank you, Mr. Cram. I think, in a nutshell, the loss of 3.9% is our growth. Predicted growth over the next years, it might be very, in that neighborhood, but that's taking away our growth and it's giving it to somebody else. So effectively, that affects our future, and that's troublesome for me. Maybe more importantly, on top of that is I draw you back to the export cap again, and not only is it taking away our growth within our country, it's taking away our growth outside of our country. So it's very troublesome. Moving forward, I think the any other cuts that would come to us or any other imports really does feel like a death by 1,000 cuts.
And can you describe some of the activities and new products that Canadian dairy producers have come up with in recent years to expand our growth into foreign export markets?
Yeah, so I think where we see the future going is in the milk protein concentrates. There's, I can't really speak of anything that's on the horizon right now, but that's a point. It's different, it's innovative, and it's what the world kind of wants from us. It plays well into our current situation where in Canada and North America there's a high demand for cream and butterfat. So what would be left over was the protein side of our milk component, and it can be used in things like infant formula, protein powders, obviously increased protein in just about any food we consume.
And how will these markets be affected by the new dairy export tariffs?
Well, it really handcuffs us not only to our trading partners in the U.S. and Mexico with a very small limit of 35,000 tons, but it also handcuffs us around the world. As far as we understand, we'll lose that market.
And when did Sask Milk find out about the new dairy export tariffs that were in place in the new NAFTA?
Well beyond the agreement of it. I don't feel. I'm going to pass this on to David just a little bit, but we weren't consulted on not only the the export caps themselves, the size of the cap, or the impact it would have on it. I think we may have been. I'm going to pass this on to David only because he was involved with this, but we were briefed on it, not consulted, and David could add.
So yeah, during the process of negotiations, I was one of the people that was part of the delegation that went to Washington, Mexico City, Montreal, following these negotiations, and it was when the export cap was announced after the deal was signed, it came as quite a shock, and also the oversight clause, the U.S. oversight clause on America on our own domestic dairy policy. So those were not shared with those that were following these discussions very closely.
Oh, okay, and Mr. Flaman could continue if you wish.
Yeah, if I may, I do want to conclude with the export portion of this. I think it's unprecedented, and it's very troublesome. And if you think about any other sector that would have a country that's within a trade agreement control them outside of that trade agreement, no matter what the commodity is, if it's any kind of manufacturing or any kind of export that we do, it's very troublesome, and it's not good.
And Mr. Flaman, do you have an estimate of how much the industry will be paying in the new dairy export tariff?
I think we had some information on that.
Just off the top of your head is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, if we use some historical numbers and we continue with those numbers, we'd be in excess of, we'd be 10 to 20 million in tariff.
And have you had any talks with the government about what the money collected will actually be used for?
I don't think we've been there yet.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you. I'm going back to the dairy sector. Mr. Wiens, you said that in Manitoba it employs 7,950 people. If I have to take, how many jobs do you think will be gone just because of CUSMA out of those 7,950 jobs?
It's going to have an impact just beyond the number of jobs. So in our province, for example, many of the veterinary clinics are focused and concentrated in areas where dairy is one of the major farms going on, and so it will have an effect there. The feed mills that provide feed for dairies and the canola meal, all of these will have impact. So what happens is, instead of farms growing, they're staying the same. So there's going to be, and right now, it's very hard to determine exactly the amount that it's going to reduce these jobs, because we don't even know the full impact of what the riddance of Class 7 is going to do. It was very positive for us in terms of creating opportunities so that we could. So, like Matt said, for all of our imports, like for all the imports, that displaces our ability to produce for the domestic market. But with the restriction on exports, it actually makes it even more difficult for us to meet what is left of the domestic market, because we'll have the surplus protein, and what do you do with it? And so that is our challenge, and that's how it has an impact on every vet clinic in the province, on farms. Now they're not growing, and I've talked to farmers, and I get calls, and I get, and it is about, it's difficult. It's difficult for us to make a go of it. And so where are we going with this? And so I'm trying to provide them with answers, not really knowing, how this all plays out. But it means that investment on farms is really slowed down this year. And when we talk to our suppliers, that they corroborate that information as well, on the processing side as well, where processors, if you're in a state of growth, you will continue to increase production. But one of the things we say about dairy farming is, it doesn't matter whether you have a 60 cow dairy or a 500 cow dairy. It'll take about one person for every 50 cows, 60 cows. That's kind of that's a kind of a standard across the board. So, and that way we will see reduced employment as connected to the dairy industry at all these different levels.
Like Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, British Columbia, or Quebec, is there one province affected more than the other, or is it going to be coast to coast to coast?
we would expect that we will see that from coast to coast. There's different processing in different provinces, but certainly in our province just 3 years ago, there was a $100 million investment made into making these milk protein concentrates, and that part was for export, and the other side of that operation was butter production for the domestic market. So that was done without knowing that CUSMA was going to come along and take away the ability to export the protein products, the milk protein concentrates. So that's had a very, very dampening effect on that plant, and yeah, like us farmers, but also as processors, they're really having to reconsider where are we at, like what's going to happen now. So there's a lot of concern in the industry.
Okay. Ms. Erickson, you said that now we have only one supplier for metformin, and you know it's very fair what you said.
I can probably correct that.
Pardon?
So I can probably correct that. Metformin is a very popular diabetic drug, and it used to be produced by about, say, 14 manufacturers. And when compression came from the Pan-Canada decision, which the Government of Canada arranged pricing for these products, they compressed the price down. The number of manufacturers for metformin went down to about 7. So all of a sudden we have a shortage of product, and not that that's not livable, but we're short of product and the manufacturers adjust to it. But when we get a catastrophe like contamination in a company now,
then problem.
It's down to 6, and we're in trouble.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Sorry. On to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, of course, to the witnesses for coming out here today. I came across an interesting read, doing a little bit of research. So I'm going to go through it's called Dairy Processing Industry by the Numbers. So I'm going to speak about the goods first, the good side of things. So $7.5 billion in investments since 2008, $18 billion contributed annually to the Canadian GDP, 16% growth in dairy processing real GDP since 2008, 12,000 Canadian dairy farms supported by dairy processors, and 24,500 Canadians employed by dairy processors, with an aggregate annual payroll of $1.2 billion. Now for the negatives. $670 million expected in lost return on investments resulting from CETA, $730 million expected in lost revenue on investments resulting from CPTPP, and hundreds of millions more are expected in lost return on investments resulting from the USMCA. I just found that very interesting. 3 questions, please, and just to anybody from dairy, whoever's best fit. For the answer to this, the dairy processors have asked the Government of Canada to include a TRQ in the compensation package. Can you explain how this would compensate for the market loss as a result of the new NAFTA?
I could speak to that to some extent. Of course, processors would have a better opportunity to speak to that, but I did allude to this before, and that is by not having the import quota, there's no strategic way of bringing in imports, and so I think it has more of an impact on processors then, because the way in which they fill the imports, if they control the import quotas, it certainly reduces the overall negative impact, because they're very strategic in terms of the timing and the kind of products that they bring in. But certainly processors could speak more to that.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get a chance to speak to the processors last round, so that's why I'm throwing these questions out now. It would appear that the Government of Canada has not provided extra resources to CBSA and to CFIA to ensure that the dairy quality standards and regulations are maintained. Have you any concerns about the implementation of the new NAFTA relative to quality?
Should I can speak to it if Matt wants to add to it, but yes, that is a concern, because at one point CFIA was actually involved in having oversight on imports, and they had the expertise. And whereas when the CFIA was removed from that role, CBSA was left to do the job for which they had very little training. So they were more the generalists. So if there's a milk powder of some kind or some product that comes across, the concern is that they don't have the technical expertise to actually categorize it properly. And if we don't have that, then any of these import controls really don't mean anything because there's no way to actually control it. So that's a concern and we hope that the CBSA will be staffed so that they have enough person power there, but also the knowledge to be able to differentiate between products.
Understand. Mr. Flamin, have you anything to add there?
No, David covered it.
Very well, thank you. Just the last word, and I hope this isn't too directed towards dairy producers, but the producers and processors have said that the export cap is a bad precedent. Given the negotiating dynamic and the tough spot Canada was in, what's left to do other than concede on these export caps? Are administration measures really feasible?
I could take that.
Please.
First, I guess I said it earlier, and dairy sector aside, that's very troublesome to me as a Canadian citizen. That another, we're in a trilateral deal with 2 other countries, and they're going to control what we do internationally, and that's very troublesome. And I can't imagine what other sectors are, as this rolls out, what other sectors feel or fear coming out of that, because it could affect anybody now. Precedent's been set, or could be set, and I think we do have a chance to sort of, through an administrative process, we could work that portion over a little bit and get it cleared up in our favor, maybe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you. Ms. Edson, knowledge is power, and our knowledge comes only from experts like yourself. So it makes us very powerful when we have this dialogue. Very important. I'm trying to understand this particularly because we will be implementing a pharmacare policy at some point in time as well, because that's where we are heading. And I want to make sure that on one side, the Canadians are able to get the medication that they need at affordable prices. But on the other hand, we want to make sure that we are able to protect the supply as well. How can we have that balance, and how can we achieve that if we are moving forward in that direction?
I think one way to prevent it is to let the market forces work for themselves. So by compressing, we've had the experience with generic product being compressed in price or being controlled in price. We've got manufacturers dropping out of the manufacturing business for certain molecules, and we are also getting into a situation where we have contamination in factories being picked up very easily. They're very sensitive tests now, so we're having factories that are shutting down because of it. So with this compression and lower amounts of stock, when we have a contamination, we have a major problem. And it doesn't just happen to the single drug like valsartan. It has dominoed into all of the other angiotensin reuptake blockers. So about 7 of them, they're all short now because of one product, valsartan, about 1.5 years ago being contaminated. So I guess I say to let market decide a little more. As pharmacists, we're scared that pharmacare, that somebody is going to compress the prices even more and just say, you know what, metformin, it's going to be one company. And that one company gets a contaminant, we're going to be looking for metformin. We're going to have trouble. So we need to keep manufacturers in the loop, a number of them, and we need to keep prices less compressed. And that's how we can protect ourselves.
Thank you. To the dairy sector, I now more will listen to you, and I know we feel that particularly the cap we have, that you cannot do business in other nations beside the two that is involved, like U.S. and Mexico. Now you are saying one thing is that we Mr. Wien said that we should have a direct cash subsidy to the farmers to make sure that they are able to innovate and able to sustain in these circumstances. Is there anything else, that government, even though like I take a pride that we still was able to manage and protect and preserve the supply management, but this 3.9% now start to bother me as well, right? When I'm hearing to you. So I'm trying to see what are the concrete steps or solutions that you have beside just the cash payment that government should be doing to make sure that the dairy farmers are able to not only sustain but able to progress further.
So that's a good question, and there's a number of things that can happen. And the thing about the direct payment to farmers, as has already been described, it's going to help us to through this difficult time of transition. It does impact. It will impact obviously the revenues on the farm and the investments that we make. So there's a benefit there. What would be? We also see that our government is in other trade agreement negotiations around the world with the South American bloc, with now potentially the Brexit is going to result in more discussion. So one of the things that's going to be very important for the dairy industry is that we are not that there's no further of our markets being given away to other countries. That is an important step to restoring confidence in the dairy industry, both from the farmer side and the processor side, to be able to make the investments that we're going to need to continue to be productive and efficient as dairy farmers.
Thank you very much. Brings on for 2 minutes to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
A question for Mr. and Mrs. Erickson. You indicated, as you said, that the price of medications is higher in the United States than it is in Canada. But you put forward a number of policies, internal policies that could be implemented here. However, I'd like to link this back to the agreement, because you said that the only change that there could have been would be the extension of the protection, but that this was in a previous version of the agreement. So today, in its current version, what will the impacts be?
So I think in relation to copy protection or data protection, it is continuing the same from what I understand. They did have an extension. The data protection would last for 10 years initially, and all of a sudden on December 11th, when CUSMA was signed, it came out at 8, I believe. And I'm still not very clear on that, but from what I understand, it's 8 years now, which is a continuation, which is okay. It's going to be good for my patients. To make it longer would be a real loss of dollars. It looks like it will continue the same.
Mais donc, au final,
So at the end of the day, if there is no extension, what would be the concrete impacts of this? There would have been effects with the previous version, but what about the current version?
The current version, it looks like there will be no change for data protection for biologics. Biologics only.
Thank you very much.
Merci.
Mr. Blakey for 2 minutes.
Thanks. I guess one of the things I'm just trying to square in your testimony today, we've heard on the one hand that lower prices has led to supply issues, and that you guys have concerns about that. We hear you also speaking positively about not extending drug patents, which have, as a result, keeping prices low. So I'm just trying to understand what seems to me to be a tension there between, on the one hand, advocating for higher prices to maintain supply, and then on the other hand, expressing pleasure at seeing provisions in the agreement keep drug prices low. And I'm just trying to explain, or I'm trying to figure out what my takeaway from your testimony should be.
Okay, so I'm kind of talking about two groups of drugs. So the one is the generic experience for simple molecules in the last 10 years, where we've had Pan Canada controlling prices and pushing it down, decreasing the number of manufacturers, and also these drug catastrophes coming along manufacture contaminants. So that's one area. The price is so low in them that, I mean, manufacturers are dropping out and we're having a trouble supplying.
Is that because manufacturers aren't making profit, or is it they're not making the kind of return that they would like to see?
I think there's more. So I think generally there will be more profitable molecules available for the manufacturer. So maybe metformin is not it's quite a popular drug.
So it's more about the marginal benefit of producing other generic drugs, as opposed to the idea that they can't make any money at all on producing at the prices they're mandating.
I think simplicity of manufacturing certain products, or what fits into their machinery best. So there's lots of decisions that go into deciding if they're going to make a molecule or not. But we do know that when this price compression came in the last 10 years, we've lost, I'm sure, 30 to 40% of our manufactured product have gone to either like less sources and even single source in some cases.
I think one of the
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the time is up. It's amazing. Every panel there's just such an opportunity to learn so much for all of us, and so we appreciate you taking the time to be here. I will suspend. We will resume again at 3:30. Right? Thank you very much. Again, thank you to the witnesses.